Thank you for coming along. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this event, to the Alchemias GBO Startup Day 2022. This event, as you know, is going to be live here, and it's also being broadcasted over the YouTube channel. So hello to all the guys on YouTube. My name is Christopher Smith. I'm the founder of Brandsmith, a branding and corporate positioning agency in Madrid, and from time to time I host events like this, and today unfortunately I'm going to be your host. What's going to happen today? Well, there are going to be 5 round tables, and the people who are all of you who are supposed to be investors, CEOs, entrepreneurs, or people from startups with ideas, new ideas, you're going to have the opportunity to discover about incubators and platforms as a basis for entrepreneurship, the basics, instruments, and objectives of venture capital, how institutions innovate through corporate venture entrepreneurships and spin-offs, the challenges and opportunities that Madrid has to offer as a city for startups, and also at the end, a first aid kit for startups. They've left that one for the end, so you don't go beforehand. They're also going to have some mentoring sessions. The mentoring sessions are going to be in a room on the right. Yeah, that's the networking room is over there, and the mentoring one is just around the corner. And there'll be mentorships with challenges and requirements, social impact, sustainability, pitching, funding, communication, marketing, sales and business development, running in parallel with, obviously, a lot of possibilities for networking and making new connections and friends. So let me explain at least how this is supposed to work. Here at this stage, as you can see, we have the chairs already deployed. There will, as I said, there will be 5 round tables, each one with a moderator, and they're going to be running until 9:30. Okay? I didn't decide on the time. Each round table, each speaker will have a 5-minute presentation about his topic. And then that will be followed by Q&A, so questions and answers from the public, from you guys. As I said, in parallel, you have the networking sessions and the mentoring room. There will be a cocktail afterwards. That's the exciting part of the event. That will obviously start at 9:30 and will run until 11. And we will be checked out by 11:30. Last but not least, the event, which is co-organized by Culpas, will also have a sustainable and social impact. The accreditations you are wearing, you can plant them because they have seeds. You can grow something. I don't know what grows, but grass or some sort of a plant. I haven't been told. You can plant them afterwards anyway. It's seed paper. Also, at the end, at the bottom of the room, at the end of the room, we invite you to do your bit and help Fundación Pita López by purchasing olives from Luna Ibérica or hangers from Hangfold. All of those proceeds will go to a charity fighting acquired brain damage. Okay? And last of all, let me thank all of the sponsors, the organizers. I don't know where Miguel is. He's responsible for all of this, or part of it anyway. Obviously, the technical teams, the partners, and the venue, Espacio Bertelsmann. And so now we are supposed to get going, but now I've actually managed to get you seated. I would like to ask you to stand up for a moment. Can you all stand up? Very good. Oh, you're obedient. We need some energy coming into the session. So, let's see how we do this. The people on the right-hand side of each part of the room, turn to your right, looking that way. No, just the first line. Okay, second line, turn to the left. Third line, turn to the right, next line. So you're facing each other in couples. Well, you got it now. Right? Okay. Okay, surprising. Right, next step. Everybody. Next step, please, everybody, raise your right hand as if you're about to take an oath, like the President of the United States when he's going to enter office. And keep looking at the person in front of you. Okay, so the person on the right, now say, hi, my name is... And the person on the left say, hi, my name is... And tell the person your name, okay? And then say, it's good to meet you, and give each other a high five. Okay? So you can take your seat now. We can do this again later on if you want. Okay? So let's begin with our first table. I assume you have the program, but just in case, it's called Incubators and Platforms as a Basis for Entrepreneurship. And it is going to be led by our moderator, Alejandro Ramos, founder and director of PymesDeCompras. Let's give him a warm welcome, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chris. Just before we start, for those of you that had the first mentorship, you can go directly to the room now. All right? So sorry you'll miss this roundtable, but I'm pretty sure there's a good reason for it. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. As Chris was saying, we're going to go with the first roundtable of this afternoon. It's incubators and platforms as a basis for entrepreneurship. Getting started is probably the most difficult part. There is no doubt about that. Entrepreneurs might be themselves alone, inexperienced, and that's why incubators and platforms have become a huge part of the success and a critical factor for this ecosystem. What we're going to do today is we're going to delve with 5 experts on this area. I will introduce them one by one. They'll have, as I said, 5 minutes presentation, and then we'll have a Q&A at the end, okay? So first, please welcome Vicente Sánchez, Program Manager at Lanzadera and responsible for early stage startup program.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I come from Valencia with my mate Sandra from Lanzadera. To introduce a little bit more myself, I started entrepreneuring at second bachelor, selling fake clothes, and then I continue entrepreneuring at the degree with selling fake iPods. Now I'm doing a real thing at Lanzadera. I'm helping real startups to grow. And this is my job. Who knows Lanzadera here? Okay. Lanzadera is a startup accelerator created by our chairman, João Roig. He is the president of Mercadona, and what he wants is to help entrepreneurs to create the next big businesses of the country. Why? Because the society have given all to Mercadona, and he wants to give back with this. Lanzadera is completely free. We don't take equity. We don't have a price for the entrepreneurs. It's a 4-8 startup accelerator program for you, for entrepreneurs, to help you grow and create the big businesses that we want to have in Spain. So we are part of Marina de Empresas. This is not only Lanzadera. It's like a big complex in the port of Valencia. We are placed there. We have also a business school, EDEM, that is university degrees, and also some executive education, and Angels. That Angels, yes, is a venture capital that owns also João Roig and want to invest in startups of Lanzadera. So we have like 4 accelerator programs. We take like a start program, which I'm responsible of. Some people that is starting with their business and wants to know how to build something. We also have traction, someone that has built something and wants to go further with their business. Growth, someone who has go further, but doesn't know very well how to organize their team and how to continue growing. And scale up, these are the ones that are booming and they want to learn how Mercadona works. So this is one of our value purposes, the community, and also the Mercadona quality model. This is how Mercadona has started with 100 shops in their beginning, and now it's more than 1,600 shops in Spain, and has moved also to Portugal. So we explain to the entrepreneurs how does this happen. And this is something very cool about Lanzadera. We have all of these companies working with us. They want to innovate. So we join startups and corporates and make them with a supplier-customer relationship. And also partners, who is some tools, services, experts from all of... We are good in business, but we are not good in legal, we are not good in tech. So we search the people who is good in tech or in legal and help entrepreneurs with these kind of partners. And these are our numbers. We have researched all the startup market. We are always looking all the startups that are created in Spain. We have accelerated more than 1,000 in 10 years. Now in the building, we have 320 startups today, and we have invested 25 million in them, only by Lanzadera. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicente. Our next speaker is Sascha Badelt. Sascha is an entrepreneur and angel investor, has founded and sold already 2 companies, and he's currently invested in 5, in 3 of which he's a board member. This is going to take a minute. And he is a member of the Entrepreneurs Organization, a jury on the EE Venture Lab, SEK EdTech Accelerator, and several other startup contests. So please welcome Sascha.
Amazing numbers, huh? Amazing numbers, huh?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Doesn't work my mic. Hello. And the presentation, I guess, is the next one. Okay. So my name is Sascha Badelt. I'm a business angel or angel investor. It depends a little bit on the country where you're investing it. A startup mentor, but in the first, always in the first place, an entrepreneur. I want to talk to you about the role of a business angel, as I guess there are startups here that want to know about the ecosystem. We're also talking about the whole ecosystem here. So I want to basically introduce you to the startup ecosystem from my own point of view. So you have like a different view on these different players. So my history is a typical history. So I first started as a business consultant for startups. I always worked around startups my whole life, consulting them in the first place. Then I stepped into a startup as a manager for a branch of a startup that that did a successful exit, as we say. They made an IPO in 2004, and then when I thought it's time to move on, I started to found my own company, and I was kind of successful with the first one, so I started a second one. At the end, I founded a lot of companies. Some of them worked out well, some didn't, and I learned a lot about especially the success factors of startups. At one point in time, I built something that you would call a venture builder, where we had like a structure and we invested in startups and we built them up on our own and brought talent to lead them. And for the last 6 years, I'm basically active as an angel investor. So that's what I want to talk about. But first, I want to talk about again about the ecosystem which is on this platform today. So we have on the one side the accelerators. Lanzadera is an example, but we have in Spain also Connector, Vida, and in the international in America, maybe you know Y Combinator is probably one of the most important accelerators or incubators in the world. So what do you get? Why would you go to an accelerator? First of all these figures that I'm talking about are complementary. So it's not that you, if you go with an accelerator, you can't go with an incubator or with a business angel. So they are all complementary. Accelerators typically, they provide knowledge. So they have like a network of mentors. They provide a lot of valuable connections. Most important is exposure to investors. Now, probably when you ask your startups in Lanzadera, they would probably say, yeah, well, we want exposure to investors. So for all these figures, for all these players in the ecosystem, the most important thing always is the brand. So basically the credibility of an accelerator that then attracts investors because they think that there's some kind of review and quality control for those who enter. Accelerators, some of them take equity, some don't. Some of them put little investment, some don't. But typically it's small amounts. The incubators, the difference is that they typically have much more education, a structured educational program for startups. They usually attract startups that are in an earlier stage, that have less knowledge. They also have mentors. They also have an ecosystem around. And at the end, typically there's some kind of demo day where they give you exposure to their network of investors. Again, very important, the brand. So you always have to look at who is behind these incubated accelerators. What are the startups that go there? Basically, what you want to have going there is some sort of proof of quality. Incubators, I would say, here in Spain is you founders, for example. Demium, I just learned you don't, you wouldn't say you call yourself an incubator, but somehow you're in this sphere. And I think the trend goes towards vertical incubators, so industry incubators that are often around corporates. So the corporates, for example, they have like accelerators or incubators around an industry topic like energy or like mobility or whatever. Then there's the venture builders. There's not many of them because from my own history, I know it's a very difficult business. It's very difficult to scale up. But famous venture builders here in Spain would be Anti-Ventures, the venture builder that built up, for example, Wallapop, and Nucleo venture builders in Barcelona. I forget the name of one of their prop tech companies that is quite famous. I will recall it later. Internationally, maybe one of the most famous venture builders is Rocket Internet. They used to be a venture builder, now they're like everything, but they built up Zalando. They were very famous taking existing business models and scaling them up. So again, with all of them, most relevant is their track record, who basically passed through these venture builders, who is behind them, and basically who can give you credibility as a startup. So what is an angel investor? Typically, an angel investor is an entrepreneur, a successful entrepreneur, and hopefully also a successful investor. So it's not always the same. So being a good entrepreneur doesn't mean to be a good investor. It takes a long time. And before you think about investing in startups, I would say it's not very profitable. It's very difficult. And if you're not passionate about it and you really want to learn together with startups, it's not a profitable business to invest in startups because it's high risk. So what you look for when you search for a business angel? Same thing, credibility, brand of the business angel, and you want smart money. That means money that comes together with experience, high-level network. Yeah. Typically, the network of a good business angel is other business angels and VCs, basically that they can bring in, attract investment. In business angels, famous business angels here in Spain, maybe you've never heard of them because it's a very specialized area. But I really like what these people are doing. Tom Horsey is one, is in the south of Spain. Jesus Alonso Gallo, René de Jong, and Eco Knör in the north of Spain. So they're like very active business angels. Where do you find them? You could say typically around universities, for example. There's one of the most or the finest business angel network is ESADE Ban. So they have a structured process where they have demo days, and yeah, I see I'm running out of time. IE Venture Lab, which we'll see on stage, and all around accelerators you will find business angels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sascha. For our next speaker, we have, according to himself, a former mediocre professional football player for 10 years that has been working with entrepreneurs for the past 7 years now as the head of incubation at Demium in Madrid. There are two things that keep him up at night. One of them is trying to fix social problems through technology, and the other is reading a great article in Neuroscience News magazine. Please welcome João Marques.
Thank you for welcoming me on the stage. So you just discovered from Sascha that we are not incubators, so who the hell are you know? So the shortest way to explain what Demium is that we invest in the best entrepreneurial talent worldwide. So there is 4 elements here, of course. So invest, best entrepreneurial talent, and worldwide. I would like to start by the last one. So we are present now in a number of countries throughout Europe, and you have a number of hubs. And between 2013 and now, 10,000 entrepreneurs have joined Demium. And it just raised in 2020 a fund of 15 million to invest in these entrepreneurs. And to know why 10,000 entrepreneurs have gone through Demium, you have to understand what is talent investing. I understand that in talent investing, you work in overcome 3 obstacles of becoming a founder of a startup. The first one is getting a great team. Great talent team, complementary. The second one is to discover a good opportunity, because you have to work in a startup that is finding a huge opportunity on the market. And the third one is access to capital. So that's what we do. It helps you break these 3 obstacles. Let's start by the first one, how we do it at Demium. You have a defined talent selection process. You can go to our website 5 times a year and apply to our All Startup Weekend. What is All Startup Weekend, you may ask? It's a hackathon, 3 days. In 2 days, you build a startup. In 1 day, you present to the jury. For us, Demium is just to create an ambient or ecosystem during the 3 days so entrepreneurs can work with each other and present to the jury in the last day. For us, it's a talent selection. If you are good enough, you are talented enough, and you're going to discuss about talent today, you enter our incubation program, which is the second part. You have a well-defined 6 months program called the incubation program to be able to search for good ideas so then you can invest in them. You have been doing this for the last 9 to 10 years, so we know what you are doing. So you have defined steps during the incubation program in order to create a great startup. So now in this presentation, already past 2 minutes, you know how Demium creates good teams, and you know how Demium creates good startups. So the last one is access to capital. And it is covered from ourselves. For many years, it was just service provided for equity, but our founders demanded us to invest in them. So in 2020, we raised a fund, Demium Capital, which has 15 million to invest in startups until 2023. From now, we invested in 115 startups, but our objective is to invest throughout Europe, in the world, in 223 startups. That's our objective, but the best thing about us, of course, you have competition. I talked with you about the competition. You have Antler and Entrepreneur First that are doing talent investor, but you are not incubator, you are not accelerator. He creates deal flow and invest in them. So our objectives are aligned with the entrepreneurs. You have to get great talent, create great startups, so you can invest in them. Some of our startups, of course. That's our KPI, no? So you may know something of them. During my entrepreneur life, I used Landbot to create my first bot in my first website. But you have Sweepcar, you have Hanun that just got to the stock market, Colibid, and there is some startups here in the audience, of course, from Madrid. One of our startups from Madrid is Quota, got invested by us. They are here, and there is some startups in the audience like we tested. Okay. Some of our successes. So Singularity is expected to close the year with 44 stores. Anun jumped to the stock market, as I said. Flipkart was acquired by Caso. Professor CBD out of Madrid, amazing success with amazing turnover. And Colibit, in just 10 months, there is 250K, and they are expected to raise to 2.5 million in their seed round. So that's how you invest in the best entrepreneurial talent worldwide. Yeah, Demium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, João. Next presenter is project coordinator for Talento para el Futuro and co-founder of WeSum Plus. Describes himself as a 24/7 entrepreneur. The motto that best describes him is one small change can make a big difference. And if there's one thing that is clear to him is that every solution, project, or change goes through involving and joining people. So please welcome Diego Valdés.
Hola, hola. ¿Se me oye? Hola, hola. A ver, se me empieza a oír. Oh. There you go. Hi people online. My name is Diego Valdés. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an engineer, industrial engineer as a profession, and I work for Demium. I work for many parts of the entrepreneurship ecosystem here in Spain, and now I'm entrepreneurship myself. It's a big step. It's easier to help people, entrepreneurs. Now, when you make the step, it's more difficult. And I'm working in the Web 3.0 sector, blockchain, NFT. Those people know about it? Someone around here? Yeah. And I'm a former and consultant for business and persons that want to know more, that want to enter and be pioneers in this sector. But I'm here to talk about Talento para el Futuro. There is an association that is making this possible. Does someone around here know it? This one. No, I'm going to keep this one. I don't have any. Talento para el Futuro is a joining group of young association. Okay? We try to connect the knowledge from the young people where it demands in the society, where it really matters. There is a big problem in society that young people don't feel listened, don't feel connected. We are just like divided. So we like to make the bridge. We gather the opinion of the young people in matters like entrepreneurship, health, everything. We have like 50 different groups. We supervise it and share it with older people, let's say that way, more experienced, to get a good speech, a good policy paper, and then we connect it to big business or to the politics itself. But we are not inside any politics. We don't have any color. We don't like to do all that party, television, blah, 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 blah. We like to connect with the real knowledge to the politics from separate parts, gather them in a common opinion, and then make real changes. Like every single law or every single change that is making in society, we review it and we make propositions. So if you want to change something about the entrepreneurship system here in Spain, and we have a very big path and a lot of things to change, Talento para el Futuro is the way. Okay, if you really want to change something in any law, we have like 4 or 5 different, objectives gathered in the startup law. Just come with us. And in the entrepreneurship part, what we do is being the bridge between the young people that has studies or not that want to entrepreneurship and they are making the first steps, but they don't really know what to do. They don't know that Demium exists. They don't know that Madrid is helping with the innovation lab. They don't know that there are hubs. So we try to be the bridge, help them to choose what is the main important path. And we're not just talking about startups, let's say that way, because entrepreneurship is just not getting the startup going to get a 3.2 million round, whatever. Sometimes it's just open a bar. Sometimes it's just keep something for a family to grow up. So we try to guide them in the best way for them to really create something that lasts. Because sometimes we forget that around 90% of the startups fail. And we need a survival environment of entrepreneurship. That's basically it about me. If you need anything without being blockchain or to make changes in the political ambient, just reach me now whenever you know. Thanks.
And for our last presenter, we have the director for Venture Lab and Venture Network at IE Business School. She spent 5 years in the US startup ecosystem, and just 2 years ago, she came back to Europe to help run the Venture Lab at IE Business School here in Madrid. She's responsible for investors, mentors, startups, and international venture days. Please welcome Annick Janssens.
Thank you. Hi. So yes, my name is Annick. I'm lucky. I do not work for Demium. I work for IE University. I hope all of you know it, but if not, IE University is one of the best universities in Spain, and dare I say Madrid, and of Madrid, the world. Let's go a little bit bigger. And that's not just my humble opinion. That's actually, we've have some rankings to back it up. But first, I want to describe why IE University is so special. I'm actually not just working for IE University. I was a student a long time ago. And the first thing that you notice when you walk into IE University and talk to the students and talk to the professors, you feel the entrepreneurial spirit. And I think that is all due to the fact of our founder. Our school got founded by an entrepreneur, and that's something that still lives on. That added with the incredible international body that we have students from over 130 countries. We have offices in 25 countries, really is something that makes IE special. If we focus a bit more on the entrepreneurship side of the university, then you can see that I was not lying when I say that we're one of the best in the world. We're the #2 business school in Europe regarding entrepreneurship, and we're the #4 in the world. And that's something very special, especially if you look at the age of IE. We've only existed since '73, and we are competing with schools like MIT and Stanford and doing a really good job at it. Right now, I would say over 80% of our students actually come to IE because they want to be an entrepreneur and because of the reputation that we have. And this is not just the MBA students. These are undergrads, 18, 19-year-olds that will blow you out of the water. They're really special. So what do we do to earn that place? So our biggest thing, and why I'm here, is Venture Lab. We have our early stage incubator right at the university. So any student that is a full-time student can try. And I think that is something that makes it very low barrier to enter because they're already studying, and all they do is have to try. They don't have to take time off from their work. They don't have to invest something in it. They need to have an idea and a team member, and they can try it with us. We run the program twice a year. It starts in September and in April. And this is, I say it's try, and I work for a university, but this is real life. They get personal mentors that are either serial entrepreneurs, industry experts. When they're ready for investments, we introduce them to lovely angel investors like Sascha. So even though we set the barrier very low for them to enter, it is a real case. And this is something that I think gives them a lot of confidence. Like, we have some amazing success stories that I'll tell you in a second. But if not, that is something that they'll take to their jobs at Amazon. They might go work for LinkedIn for a few years. But in the end, I would say our alumni that become entrepreneur is almost 30%. And that's a very, very high rate for a business school. So what we really try to do is to create the entrepreneurial mindset over entrepreneurs, because when they're ready, they will do it. So we have a lot of different initiatives that we do. So one of the things that we want to, where we spend a lot of time at, and I think my fellow panel members already said, it's not just about the process, like, okay, how do you build an entrepreneur? How do you become an entrepreneur? No, it's about building the right network, getting introduced to the right frame of mind. And that's something that we do with venture days all over the world. We have a weekly event like Venture Network where they can see real entrepreneurs pitch, where they can see, where they can meet investors. And that's something that's really crucial to the success of IE and what we're doing. And apart from that, we obviously do have the academic side. So it doesn't really matter which kind of program you do. Every level has a course in entrepreneurship, or you can do something in search funds, or you can take something in venture capital. So you really can, expand your knowledge base in this ecosystem. And last but not least, like any other incubator, we have a lot of partnerships because, again, even though we are an academic institution, this is not something that we're not faking it for them. We're not trying to give them an A and move on. If there's a student that really wants to do it, we will connect them to Lanzadera. We will connect them to the right angel investor. And that's what we have our partnerships for. So we go beyond in that as well. We have programs with MAFRA. We have venture days that right now we have a partnership with the US State Department on Tech for Democracy. So we're holding 4 venture days across the world. Our opening event here in Madrid had the Prime Minister of New Zealand speak. So we really try to not just give them the incubator process, but the network that goes along with it. And this is always my favorite slide, whether it works, absolutely. So I see I'm running out of time, so if you have any questions further, I'll give you two really quick examples. So the top 2 came right straight out of Venture Lab. I feel was in Venture Lab just 4 or 5 years ago. They raised $5.5 million last year. They are trying to democratize mental health care, so that you can app with your psychologist. Talent.com just raised a Series B of 120 million last year. They were in Venture Lab, I would say 6, 7 years ago. And the Honest Greens, I don't think I have to tell to the Spaniards here what Honest Greens is, or Mas Mobile. These are examples of entrepreneurs that they did their MBA, they went off to do whatever, and then they created these amazing companies. So it's really amazing to see what our alumni do. But as said, we work a lot with partners. If you want to talk about what our entrepreneurs do, what our investors do, I'm here and I would love to speak to you guys. Thank you.
So I would like to call all our presenters for the roundtable. So we are going to activate something to interact a bit with the audience. There will be a QR code for Menti application where you can log in and ask the questions to the panelists. But as we start that, I did have a question that was a bit of my head, and it's to João. With the current situation, do you think it's a good time to be an entrepreneur?
Well, let's start with a banger, no? I think everybody here has an opinion about the current state of the market. Of course, you cannot ignore the situation that we are right now with the recession, but I watch a lot of Formula One, and my favorite pilot is Ayrton Senna. And he told every time that the best track to pass our competitors when the track is a little bit sleepier, when it rains. And I think it's raining very much. It's raining very much. But I think it's a huge opportunities arise from times of difficulty, and the previous biggest unicorns were born out of recessions. You have a number of examples of General Motors being the top one, and then 5 years passed and there is a lot of tech startups. So I think every crisis brings the opportunity. I think it's good to change the wealth of some individuals to another. Crises have this way of figuring out the economic. So it's a risky time, I'm not going to lie, but being entrepreneur is not easy anytime. There is no correct timing. So my opinion would go for every crisis bring opportunities. For instance, there are huge opportunities now in the logistics area. So if you are an entrepreneur of logistics, bring it on. The world is needed of solutions on logistics side. So it's never easy to be an entrepreneur, but I think it's a great time when there is a crisis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let's see if we have some questions from the audience. If not,
I want to add something to what João said.
it's a round table. So
Yes, I completely agree. It's always risk to be entrepreneur, but I think that in your being way of entrepreneur, you are like a risky people. You must love risk. If you are always like I'm going to fail, blah blah blah, you will fail because you are never going to bet on something and win. So difficult times also help these kind of risky people to go to the market and make things different. That's the way. Can I have one example from Lanzadera?
Sure.
There's a burger restaurant called 100. They opened the same day that we were all closed in our houses with COVID. They said we can close the business and lose all the investment in the restaurant, or continue entrepreneuring and go further. They continue entrepreneuring. They associate very, very quick with Globo, Uber, Just Eat, all of these platforms, and they are now the restaurant with higher profitability per square meter in Spain. They have like 5 million earnings per restaurant, and they started last year. They have 3 restaurants, and they are opening now 1 in Madrid. So it's like the people who goes outside the box in the difficult moments is the one who really succeeds.
I can also add something to that. I would say, is it a good time to be an entrepreneur? I would also say that in a few years, everybody has to be an entrepreneur, more and more. Okay. So that's also the importance of these kind of events, or the importance of schools like IE Business School, because the future will be like all of us will be our own entrepreneurs, our own ventures, and so these skills that you learn here and in all this ecosystem will be vital in the future. So I think we don't have a choice, and we have to learn how to build our own stuff.
All right. Actually, I do have a question for Annick. What do you think is the role from the education organizations in what Sascha just described?
Yeah, that's always my favorite thing, nature versus nurture. And I don't think anyone...
Is the entrepreneur made or raised?
And I always think, I think it's a little bit of both. If you look at the born entrepreneurs, they had it in it and great for them. But having worked with students for the past 2 years, you just see, first of all, how you can inspire them. It's really cool that, and it doesn't really matter if it's on the MBA level or undergrad level. You see an MBA student that came there, McKinsey built, like been there for 5 years, and then they come into my office. Yeah, like 6 months ago, somebody came in and spoke about entrepreneurship, and that planted a seed. Versus, I think a really big part of the nurture side, and thus education is like, okay, you can be a born entrepreneur, but how do you validate? How do you create a business plan? What are the right investors? So I think there's such a big role for education, and I think it's always a little bit of a big stand, like, oh no, you have to be born an entrepreneur. Absolutely not. Like, of course, there's people that are, you need to be a little bit crazy. As you said before, you need to be able to take the risk, but there's so many tools that can be taught. So I think it's a combination.
All right. Do we have questions from the audience?
Yes,
Sorry.
There's a code tab on the top, and you can put on Mentimeter, you can answer some questions. Okay, you just need to go to menti.com and use that code, and then you can ask, and we'll see it.
But you can also...
Technology, guys.
Raise your hand.
We can also do the old school manner.
Every method.
Who is entrepreneuring in here? One person?
We have a question. Why should startups search for angel investors or business angels?
Shall I take this?
Maybe Sascha, yeah.
Weird.
So yeah, as an entrepreneur, building up a startup can be a very lonely thing. So if you don't, of course, you have to search for the right partners to build up the startup, but you will never cover all the areas. So, and what you will never cover is the area of experience. So, and experience is key. So you need to build your own ecosystem of mentors and people who help you with experience, with opening doors, and with especially with giving your project certain credibility. So, because you will be one among hundreds, there's a lot of people who want to build up a business and are especially looking for investment. So, if you have a good angel investor that has a certain reputation, this gives you a lot of credibility. That's probably the most important thing why you should have an angel investor on board. And what you should do is align interests, because you have your friends, maybe you know some professors, and everybody wants to help you, but they're not necessarily aligned with your interest. So you need somebody on board who is either investing or has some participation in your business and is on your side, only on your side, and basically aligned with the founders. Somebody you can call when the world is falling apart, which will happen every second week. Yeah. So, and then you just don't know what to do, and then you have somebody you can then, yeah, let's say, yawn a little and ask for help, and ask for basically also emotional help, because being a startup entrepreneur can be very tough. And yeah, these are all, maybe you have some more reasons
if
why.
you want to add something.
Yeah. I'd like to emphasize, it's more about, I think they call it smart capital nowadays. We were making jokes before that the most frequent question that we get from startups is like, oh, can you get us investment? Like literally week one, they're talking about investment. I'm like, great, can you tell me about your idea? Let's maybe validate it first. And everybody's so obsessed with investment nowadays, because we all read this like, oh, they just raised a round of 100 million. They just raised a round of 10 million. Only get investment when you actually need it, and then make sure that it, as Sascha is, that it's somebody that adds something to you. Right now, there's actually, I think it's a capital very friendly market. Like startups get to choose too. You don't have to say yes to the first capital, for the first investment you get. Make sure that an angel investor can add to your business plan, is aligned with what you're doing before you say yes to the investment, because a lot of startups sometimes get a little bit blinded by their fear and just jump in. But take a breath and pick the right one.
I think is in the ecosystem of startups a wrong paradigm, that is that a good startup is the one that raises more money. But what a real company or a real entrepreneur has to search is how to solve a customer need, how to build a good team, how to treat well the workers, and then if you need money, also it's there, because there are a lot of people like Sascha who will be very happy to help these people that has something really tangible and a good business. But the ones who go farther to, I want to fundraise my startup, I have like 10 venture capitals behind. No, it's like build something that has sense, take a good team and make them feel comfortable in this company. And then maybe it's time to go for fundraising. But first, you need to have like a solid base.
We have a question over there.
We have one question, sir?
Good afternoon. I would like to know, what do you think about the Web3 ecosystem? The challenges that have that ecosystem in order to build credibility and interest for companies and entrepreneurs to get into and use that technology?
I think that one is you.
Obviously.
Yeah, I
Diego.
think the most important part is the network. To get the credibilities, to talk to people, to express yourself, to really convince that is something solid, because around all the path, the main idea will change. Like you start with one idea, it will change, you will validate, you will send one product, you will be a big hit in the market, or it will fail. But the credibility, the way to go through those difficult moments and overstep, the working hard, the angel investors that really impulse you or make you fly is the most important to get credibility and going to these kind of events. movement. Movement generates more movements, and you really need to be connected with people, as I said before, to really make something happen. If not, it's going to be impossible. If you get in your cave of ideas, or I don't want to share my idea because, well, they might steal it, it doesn't help you growth in any time.
Can I add something? First, I would like to invite Iñaki to come. No, I'm kidding. Iñaki is one of our entrepreneurs that know a lot of blockchain and Web3. Now, I'm going to divide my question into two because I think it's relevant to say, to answer you by the investor side and the entrepreneur side. Talking about the entrepreneur side, Web3 huge opportunity. I think just a little bit of chaos when a revolution comes. Also, there is good and bad startups. But coming back to you, Web 2, Web 1, Web 0, Web whatever, you have to make sure that you are solving a problem. That's the first thing. And
your customer doesn't care if you are Web 3 or Web 2. Your customer has a problem and you must solve it.
Yeah.
And if no, fuck you.
Yeah. No.
I would love to sit all afternoon with you guys and with the people. Thank you very much. This is the end of the roundtable. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. Back to you, Chris. We'll go on. Thank you. And a lot of people.
And this is last call for Mónica Aznar. She's coming in a minute because she has to participate in the next table. So while Mónica turns up, we can do another little exercise. I bet you're already fed up of sitting down. Can you all stand up again? Don't worry. Just a shake. Hey, move around, shake a bit. Okay, and then swap with the person who's next to you. Just change chair. Musical chairs. Get a new perspective. Okay. You can sit down now, it's okay. Sit down in your new place, in your new chair. Yeah, you sit down in your new chair. You now have a new perspective of the event. It can get worse. I can have you changing from there to there and all over the place. Mónica, please. Okay. You can sit down. Sit down. You sit down.
Sorry, if you want, you can let know the people like they can ask questions after working with the microphone directly because maybe the QR code is super complicated.
Okay.
A los que van a subir ahora, vale. Vale. Antes ha venido gente que no tenía que subir. Ah, vale. Estén aquí los sí. Sé que los dos quieren más. Sí. Ella, sí, Mateo.
Hello. Mic is open. Okay, can you take a seat, please?
Vale. Y tú y...
Can we get seated, please?
Ciro. Ciro, encantado. Te van a poner ahora el micrófono.
No, don't get seated yet.
Perfecto, gracias. Y Ernesto, lo mismo. Si puedes decir a la gente que después en la segunda parte para hacer preguntas. Y quizás lo del QR code.
You guys ready? Are you ready? All of you?
The pressure?
For the next round table. Okay, Julio, take a seat, please. Seated. Okay. Just one thing, please. Hi. I knew that would work. Okay, just to let you know, when we come to the Q&A, okay, if you don't want to write your questions and have them up there, just raise your hand and there's a microphone that can go around and you can just ask your question as you wish, okay? Hey, no, you get up. Off. Okay, so we're going for the next round table. I'll let you on in a minute. Just go on for the second table. Venture capital bases, instruments and objectives of venture capital, I assume. And to moderate this table, we have from the land of Tantan, and you can know that because of his haircut, we have Charles Thoma. Can you please give him a warm welcome?
So funny as ever, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Charles Thoma. I'm the founder and CEO of Cognitive Corporate Finance. We're a financial firm that helps companies and raise capital from people like these for our clients. And the purpose of this talk is so venture capital bases, instruments, and objectives. As everyone knows, as we've heard from the previous talk, when you launch a company, there comes a time when you need to raise the second round of capital because the capital is the fuel that makes companies go and grow. So we're going to have our speakers talk about venture capital, how they see it, and how they see their role within the world of venture capital. I'm going to ask first Mateo Zimmerman to come speak to us. Mateo is investment manager at Cemex Ventures, responsible for their venture capital investments. He started his career in BCG and has 15 years of experience, then worked for Arcano, and then has an educational background in industrial engineering and joined Cemex Venture in 2017 and basically focusing on construction tech. Mateo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carl. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? So I work at Cemex Ventures. Cemex Ventures is a corporate VC. We do open innovation. I'll go to the side. We do in construction. So Cemex, if you don't know, it's a company in the building material space. So I would say cement sounded at first not very sexy, but actually I always say it's what helps actually build better cities, right? And you'll see now what the focus is to do exactly that, right? And just a few words actually on construction, because it's an old-fashioned industry. It's a very tough industry. It poses a lot of challenges, right? So that's actually where the original idea of creating a corporate venture capital came. So it's a very tough industry because it's a project-based industry. So you do every building that you see, like this one, is a prototype. So that poses a lot of challenges. I always compare this to the automotive industry. So if you build a car, imagine if you're always building a new car in a new location with new suppliers. So imagine how many things could go wrong, right? So that's how challenging it is, and especially in the building industry that is very fragmented. So in a construction project, there are a lot of people involved in the project. So getting everyone aligned in the project is very tough, right? So and on top of that, it's an industry that, in terms of productivity, it hasn't increased in the last year. So it has actually kind of the investment R&D and the productivity gains of our industry are less than agriculture. So there's a lot of challenges, but there's also a lot of opportunities for our industry to thrive, right? So now very quickly jumping into what Cemex is, and I gave you the context, but we came here because we obviously want to change our industry. And I mentioned the challenges in terms of complexity, but there are other challenges like sustainability. So for example, our industry, the real estate kind of construction and operation of buildings and infrastructures accounts for 40% of CO2 emissions in the world, right? So that's a massive challenge, but also kind of things that for us are very, very interesting as an opportunity and things that we're focusing on right now. So here are a few facts about Cemex. It's a worldwide company. That's something I always like to highlight. We're especially very active in Europe, in Americas, and in parts of the Middle East. And you should have a few facts here. Our vision is really, as an open innovation platform, to build a better future together, right? So we do that with open innovation, and what we do is basically we don't focus on the core activities. That's for R&D, that's for continuous improvement. We focus actually on disruptive business model, which is the light gray area. So that means it's new business models that are not relevant for a business today, but we have to have a long-term focus in order to invest, partner with companies, so that it becomes relevant for the company in the future. So we don't need a green light from the business unit to invest in a company, which is very different to other corporate VCs, because we think we need to write the future, right? So sometimes actually the company comes to us, some people in the business, and say, I don't really understand what you're doing. Why are you investing in this company? And we say, hey, this is because we think in 5 years, 10 years, this will be relevant. So wait, and actually we have some success cases where that actually happened, where three years later, they came to us and said, hey, I want to partner with this company, right? And we're doing that. It's obviously the pace of collaboration is different than the pace of investment, but we're going in the right direction. And now we're having another important thing that we're doing. So very kind of, this is all the activities we do. We don't only invest. So obviously we have a mandate to be kind of the monitoring what is happening in the market in order to give kind of feedback to the company where they're supposed to move. We have the venture capital arm. We also generate our own ideas. We have our own projects, very few selected projects that we do ourselves. And we also do an acceleration program, which is very new. So as you probably know, normally it starts with acceleration or partnerships with startups. We started actually by investing. So we started the other way around, which is also a little bit different from most of the CVCs. This is our footprint where we invest. We have the map so you can see where most of our activity is. Like I said before, we have 24 portfolio companies right now. We have one of the biggest startup competitions worldwide that we do together with our partners, because as I said, in our industry, we need to work together in order to solve the biggest problems. And just to finish, this is our focus areas. I would say right now 50% of our focus lies on green construction, which is very focused on decarbonization of our industry. So it's carbon capture, utilization, and storage of CO2. It's also circular economy, it's alternative fuels, and new energy sources, which is very important in our industry, as I said before. And then we have other topics which are more digitization, which is, for example, digitization of the construction supply chain, but also enhance productivity. So as I said before, the productivity of our industry has been flat. So we need to change that by collaborating, communicating, and having more visibility on what's happening on the construction sites. And the last part is kind of more looking into the future, how we need to change the model of construction. So we have a current model, which is pretty static, but we need to change some dynamics in our industry. So new methodologies, you've probably seen about 3D printing in construction. So printing buildings with a 3D printer, which is very exciting, but also actually in our industry, building more like factories or building more products instead of prototypes, right? So that's also a very interesting trend that we're seeing and that we're betting on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mateo. Super, thank you. Next, so As you can see already, we're drilling down into very detailed sectoral activity, and you're going to see with our next speaker that we're going to be talking about mobility, Ciro. Okay. So please welcome Ciro Alberto Cuenca, who's venture manager at Astara Innovation and Venture Lab. He previously worked for B4 Motion, which is a venture builder and capital boutique focused on mobility, which is what we're going to be talking about. And with B4 Motion, he built 4 companies from scratch and invested in 9. Recently, B4 Motion was incorporated in Astara as the Innovation Venture Lab arm. Comes from consultancy and audit, and has a degree from ICADE and Northeastern. Welcome, Ciro.
Correct. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, everybody. So basically, Astara comes from Verge Auto. Verge Auto is one of the biggest vehicle distributor around the globe. Okay. So what do we come from? We started the adventure in 2015 with Astara telling us, former Verge Auto, telling us that they wanted to challenge their business, right? So there was a change in the automotive market, no? And something was happening. People were not getting licensed, less vehicles were sold, and a lot of dealerships were closing, no? So what was going on here? So after a little research, we decided that there was something bigger than the auto market. It was the mobility ecosystem, right? Something was happening towards the mobility ecosystem. So what happened since we started? Since 2015, so 58 billions were invested into the mobility ecosystem. More than 1,000 corporate venture capitals were created, and the average seed deal size increased 100%. So it was 3 million when we entered the space. Now it's 6 million. Let's see after this next years. But how we did it, no? So we did a lot of research during the first year in 2015, and we came across 4 strategic verticals that we wanted to focus in mobility. Obviously, there was the first vertical, which is the auto tech, digitalized auto market. Then we have shared mobility. We all know Uber, no, ride-hailing companies. And then you have like subscriptions, like BP or other companies that, no, Kazoo, that right now is very big. And then we have intelligence mobility, where we have all the data that implies making decisions to improve businesses, no, or improve mobility companies, and connectivity, obviously. And then we have the one that is more like science fiction, that we say like is advanced mobility. No, we have all the autonomous vehicles over there, you know, drones. Well, science fiction, no, mobility. So how we did it? So we basically traced more than 6,000 companies to understand what they were doing. No. So we find our own style and decided to analyze the social trends, the technology enables, regulation, and what was happening in the major cities. No, what was happening with the people, what they wanted to get from their mobility. No, they really actually needed a car or not. So we traced more than 6,000 companies to understand who were the investors behind, why they were investing in these companies. No. And then we found, and one of the things that we wanted to create is an ecosystem of companies, no? Companies that can actually interact with each other and have synergies between them. So right now, where Astara stands, no? Astara is a company that last year created 4 billion in revenues. It sold more than 200 vehicles across the world, and we are right now in 17 countries in Europe, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. B4 Motion, I want to come back because B4 Motion was just integrated with, as Charles mentioned, as the Innovation Venture Lab for Astara. Before we were like a boutique that we were doing some work for them. And now in 2022, they decided to integrate us as the Mobility Innovation Venture Lab for the company. So, I mean, this is nothing new, no? All the main corporates across the world, they're doing the same, mostly, no? They're focusing in their own strategy, but if you can see, all they do the same. They do acquisitions, they invest, and they create partnerships, no? To implement their strategic vision of the future. OEMs obviously are leading the electric vehicle market, the autonomous race, and obviously considering new customer services, no, for their users. And this is our tools of innovation. I mean, we don't want to invent the wheel because it's already, but probably in the future we will change some things. But obviously we're going to focus in venture capital, strategic venture, and acquisitions. Then we're going to innovate within venture client and partnerships because we think sometimes we're not going to be able to invest, but we can collaborate with companies that have technologies that can drive our own business, no? And in the future probably invest. Why? So we want to create a diversified strategic portfolio to bring, obviously, IP to the corporate. Obviously, we want to extend our capacity to be out there and invest in the future of mobility and the entrepreneurs. And obviously, we want to be present in the future of mobility. No? Invest now so we can be present in that particular innovation in the future. And we do it internally, building capabilities, so everybody in the corporate knows what is innovation. Sometimes it's kind of hard to implement this because everybody has their focus or their purposes. Our goal is to build a company that understands what is innovation and what is the value added to think innovatively. Then being an active partners with our companies that we invest, being their board of directors, providing access to our network, and then drive, obviously, our own ecosystem, incrementing our business units' profitabilities. And we did, like, you know, we're trying to have best practices. At the end, our focus is to have companies that are situated in our vertical approach. We do a lot of meetings and analysis, and obviously at the end we do an investment process. We take a lot of time analyzing the product and the technology behind because we think is the main driver for us. And then after we done of that, we usually sign a MO agreement, so we interact with the company more often and we use their knowledge. So this is it. This is Astara, and we have the love for the movement. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ciro. Go ahead. Monica, you'll be pleased to know that Ciro went over 1 minute, so you have 1 minute less to speak. Just kidding. Welcome, Mónica Aznar, who's a senior investment associate at Antler. She previously worked in startups, among other things, in a fintech that gives microloans to women entrepreneurs in Latin America, in a technology SaaS business, so software as a service, in the mobility sector, like Astara. And she also launched her own startup, which was an alternative MBA. And she also has an MBA from INSEAD. Welcome, Mónica.
Thank you.
5 minutes. I'm going to be brutal.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot for having Antler today. Okay, great, here it is. So we're Antler Iberia. Okay, so Antler is a global VC that invests from the pre-seed stage until the IPO stage. We're launching now in Iberia, and we're already present across 20 countries and 6 continents. We've already founded more than 4,000 founders, so it says 3,500, but I haven't updated the numbers. We now have more than 600 companies in our portfolio, and we've been ranked by Crunchbase as #1 investor. So those were just some of our numbers. And why does Antler exist? So Antler tries to solve 4 problems that founders have, like in the pre-seed stages. So the first one is that people can't find a co-founder sometimes. So you may have a friend that you think can be your co-founder, but that friend may actually not be available at that moment. So even though you may know people, it's really hard to find a co-founder. The second challenge that founders face is a limited access to capital. The third one would be an incomplete idea. So you might have an idea, but you really want to validate and test your hypothesis. And then the fourth one is a limited access to a global network. So we've created the Antler program. which started in 2017 in Singapore. And so why do the founders join the Antler program? We offer the possibility to find co-founders. We offer a lot of mentorship and workshops to really help founders test their hypotheses and validate their ideas. We also offer our founders office space so they can come and be in person with us while building their startups. And we also offer all of our founders global advisors and really an online platform that helps our co-founders get access to other co-founders in our portfolio and also to all of our experts. One of the differentiators of Antler is that we invest from the pre-seed stages, but then now we have a global fund that also invests in later stages. So we help founders really in their whole journey as entrepreneurs. How our program works, so we have a program for this pre-seed stage, and it lasts 6 months. So we're launching the 9th of January in Madrid and in Lisbon. So those are our 2 newest programs. And it's a 6-month program where really it's structured in 2 phases. So the first phase focuses on idea validation, and the second phase focuses on scaling the startup and getting them ready for the seed round. So we invest in the pre-seed round. We have an investment that is standard. So we invest 120K for 10% of the startup. Of those 120K, 80K go to the startup directly, and 40K go to cover the costs of the program, which in total is 6 months. Those are a bit the details of the program. And here we have an online platform where all our founders can access, and we give them as well access to our global partners and resources. So for example, we have partnerships with AWS, with Notion, and we also help them meet other people in the global network. So just to give you an example of 2 companies that have been in the Antler portfolio, below these 2 co-founders, so Philip is Austrian, Fabian is French. They didn't know each other. They came to our first Singapore cohort. They met and they founded Rebilo, which is an online marketplace that sells refurbished electronics. They started in 2019. They raised from Antler 100K, but now in January of this year, they've raised 18.5 million in their Series A. And another example that I wanted to present today is Unlock. So Unlock, again, these 3 founders didn't know each other. Maria is Polish, Eli is Israeli, and Darshak is Indian. The 3 of them met in our UK cohort, and they founded Unlock, which is redefining how organizations of talent connect. And they've now raised 2 million last year. So thanks a lot. And
thank you very much, Mónica. Next up, we have Ernesto Muñoz Aznar from Fellow Funders. Ernesto is a managing partner at Orban, which is the parent company, as I understand it, the parent company of Fellow Funders. He began his career in finance, working on the Madrid Stock Exchange and Reuters, as well as then technology consultancies like Forrester and Gardner, where he was held management position. He's always liked being linked to new technologies and their implementation in society. He's been throughout his career, has been an entrepreneur, and Fellow Funders, his 19th project so far, and he has a BSc in economics from East London. Welcome, Ernesto.
Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you everybody for spending the next 5 minutes with me. I'm going to be talking to you about Fellow Funders, basically what we do. We are fintech. We have 4 areas of expertise mainly. Seriously, my presentation has been done in Spanish, so I better forget about it. But I'll just run you through it. Basically, like I said, we have 4 areas of expertise. The first one being valuation and analysis of companies, which we do both for internal and external clients. We have corporate ventures that come to us just to do valuation contrasts, meaning that we do third-party valuation for companies that have to be invested by larger corporates. So the corporates will ask us to do that for them. We also do the follow-up, the quarterly follow-up of those companies in which they invest. We do all sort of analysis for different companies, like I said, internally, for both internal clients and external. We also have a crowdfunding platform, which is probably the our shop window by which everybody knows us. Thirdly, we have kind of a boutique, which we also do M&A. We do primary and secondary deals for larger rounds. And fourth, and not least, we also are listing sponsors for Euronext and of PME Growth, which means that we cater all sort of financial services for all sort of startups and SMEs, taking them from kind of very, very early stage up to an alternative, a listing in an alternative market, both by the national or international. These are basically our kind of the basis of the way we work. We have public rounds, we have reserve rounds for special deals, exclusive and private. You can read through it, otherwise we can talk about it later if you want. Basically, we do very good deals. We just, this week has been announced that a deal in which we invested 2.5 years ago is a 26 bagger, basically, okay? If you find somebody else here in the room that can say that, welcome. But we actually invested in Thunder at 2.9 valuation, is now worth 400 million, okay? French investment fund has actually put 100 million on it this week. Just to say that we have, like I said, a variety of sectors. We are multi-sector platform, a multi-investor platform. We cater services for all sort of, like I said, all sort of companies in all sort of stages, for all sort of deals, okay? And for all sort of investors. We do retail, professionals, meaning professional and family offices and high net worth individuals, and we also cater for institutionals. Some of the guys here also are our clients. Some of our guys here are also our investors. So welcome, and we'd love to see you come through our door any day, anytime you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ernesto. Next, we have a very interesting financial animal called Crowdcube. And we have Pepe Borrell, Vice President International of Crowdcube and CEO of Crowdcube Europe. Crowdcube Europe.
Yes.
Crowdcube is, as Pepe will tell you, the world's largest platform for retail investment into startups. I'm sure we have a big debate with Ernesto as to who's most important after this. And Pepe focuses on launching Crowdcube across Europe, as well as being managing director at Crowdcube Europe, which is the Spanish subsidiary.
Correct.
Let you off.
Thank you. It's funny, when we talk about Crowdcube Europe, since it happened with Brexit, so we become the subsidiary of Crowdcube. Sorry, because the presentation is in Spanish as well. So this is basically the marketplace for retail investment into startups from seed stage to IPO. Very good at going after fellow funders because they introduced crowd investment as well. Crowdcube was born in 2011. It was the first equity crowdfunding platform born in the UK, aiming to help companies raising seed and early stage finance from small individuals, from retail investors. The sector grew in the UK. It was the first country to regulate this activity because obviously what we offer is financial instruments, shares of startups, which is high risky, to individual investors, non-accredited investors, they call it as well, especially in the US. And then they decided to regulate the sector, which was a big step forward for equity crowdfunding, but for us especially, not only because the awareness grew in the market, but also because investors realized that here they can diversify and build a diversified portfolio of startups in the same way as angel investors do it. Back then in 2016, what happened is that we were helping more and more companies raising in between 200,000 euros and 500,000 euros average. But at some point, a company came and said, listen, it was an app for sharing parking, like Airbnb, but for parking spaces, Just Parkle, backed by Index Ventures and many other VCs. And they said, we have 1 million of users. And it's more and more expensive to acquire more users. And it's even more expensive to retain those users. And there's also other competitors coming into this space, and they want to steal users from us. So we've thought about the idea of equity crowdfunding as a tool to engage them, to give them the chance to buy shares in the business and then turn them into our brand ambassadors and to our loyal customers. And that's when we realized that what we were here to do was to do community funding, engagement funding. It was an hybrid between marketing and finance, and it is exactly what we decided to do. We forgot a bit about the institutional allocations, exclusive rounds, private rounds, which is a very, very profitable business as well, and it's growing a lot. And we focused on community, on public rounds, and retail investments and allocations. The average raise now on Crowdcube is about 1 million euros. But what we focus the most is on the number of investors. So we give value to the companies not by the money that we transact through the platform, but by the number of investors that they bring in. It's better for them to have 1,000 than 10 investors, because they could have those investors elsewhere. And you can see some of the companies that we've worked with. Obviously, some of them are well known here in Spain, like Eura, Revolut, obviously. We worked with them when they were raising their Series A, and they wanted just to engage their customers, and they have been doing that for the last years. A couple of numbers here as well. So we've transacted already 1.5 billion euros in 10 years now for over 1,000 companies. Yeah, we have like around 1 million members, 1.5 now, sorry, 1.5 and 350,000 active investors. Those active investors are people who see the newsletter, receive the newsletter, engage with the companies. They scroll down the platform and check the companies raising on Crowdcube. And finally, just a couple of case studies. And the reason why I wanted to put this as case studies, because why a company like Eura Foods, for example, wants to raise, they have plenty of venture capital investors chasing them to invest in the business. But why they are going to the crowd? Well, it's because they want to keep their community of fans and ambassadors engaged, and they have committed to do this once every year. So every year they will open their capital to their consumers, clients, and fans of Eura. And this is something that has changed the ecosystem. Sorry, yeah, done. It's just, I'm just done, so those examples. And the good thing here is that we can work with these companies that are also working with venture capital firms. So now it's very common to see a combination of crowd, public retail investors, accredited investors, angels, and VCs. And as a startup, if you want to have a diversified cap table and equity, you now have more chances to go to all these kind of investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pepe. Please stay. Please stay here, have a seat. I'm going to call everyone else. Please come back up on stage. We're going to have wherever, yes, over there. Apparently, we have 29 questions pending, so I can throw away my list. And we're going to have a microphone for here. So I'm not quite sure who has the first question or how the first. First question. Okay, which are the most important criteria for a venture capital fund when deciding on an investment? Why don't we start with Mateo?
Good question. I mean, I think it depends on it all depends always, but it depends on the year. Thinking about the different profiles that we have here on the table, we obviously have invest in different stages and have different perspectives. I think in general, I mean, for us as a corporate VC, we obviously the first question is always the team, which I think is the most important one as an investor always, especially in early stages. We invest in seed and Series A normally, so that's the key. But obviously, as a CVC, we need to make sure these companies are active in things that are relevant to us. So it's great to invest in a good team, but tomorrow if they decide to pivot and focus on, I don't know, dog food, it's not relevant to us, right? So we need to make sure that obviously it's actually people from the industry with experience, so going back to the team, because they know the industry, so they know how to navigate the industry and so on. But other things for us, obviously, it's very important is obviously also, I would say the storytelling is very important, because we know if their storytelling is good now, they will be able to raise up more funds in the future, which is something it's a good team, they have a good idea, but sometimes it's also being well connected. It's also having a good story to tell, which I think, for example, in the US, is obviously they do very well kind of selling a story, which is very interesting. But obviously there are other things that are very relevant, like scalability, for example, of the company. That's one of the other things that is relevant. Obviously, solving a pain point, especially in our industry, it's very focused. That it's very important that it's very focused. That it's solving a very clear pain point that everyone in the industry, especially as I said before, it's a project-based industry. So the return on investment has to be very quick, right? So that for us is very important.
So team, sector relevance, solving a pain point, and scalability.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question: which are the most important criteria?
No, this
and what we just answered.
I think
Yes. That's also
same.
The same one. Can we get to the next question? I don't know. Who? Yeah, go ahead.
Does this work?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. How can I keep? Which button did you push?
Yeah.
You passed the.
Okay. It is this one.
Yeah. How can I keep control of my startup when raising funds from a venture capital fund? Why don't we ask Mónica?
So I think one of the most important things for founders when analyzing the different venture capitals that they have as an option and to keep like control of their startup is that it's very important that they choose well someone who's going to be a partner in the long term. And for this, I think it's important to look at the stage in which the fund is. So it's not the same as the fund if the fund has raised the fund like that year, because that means they're going to be thinking more in the long term than if the fund is in their 4th year. So they're actually investing in the startup, but they're looking for an exit in the shorter term. So I think for a startup, that's important in order to keep control of their timings. And yeah, I would say that.
Super. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. How can I identify if a venture capital fund adds value to our vision? I see Ernesto raising an eyebrow. I think you want to answer that question.
Not really, but anyway. I mean, how can I identify if a VC adds value to our vision? I mean, first of all, it's very difficult to match the entrepreneur's vision to a VC's vision. Okay, initially it's going to be a clash. If you manage to alienate both visions, both objectives, then great. But I think, first of all, for an entrepreneur, from an entrepreneur's point of view, it's really feeling comfortable with the VC and feeling that they can really add something to their business, to their vision, to their objectives. Does that happen very often? I would say yes, sometimes. If it doesn't, and that's what, you know, probably the bottom line, if it doesn't, it's a fiasco. And you better move out of that toxic relationship as soon as possible. For a VC,
it's kind of difficult though. If the VC is in your cap table, it's kind of difficult to break up the relationship because they're there, right?
Precisely, because that happens, you end up with a huge problem in your cap table. So is how you build up your stakeholders agreement. Initially, it's critical for the survival of the company, of the startup. And for the VC, basically, it's all about feeling really comfortable and being able to identify themselves with the startup. If they don't do that, I think, and I'm talking without really being a VC, to be honest.
Is this
if it doesn't happen, then it's an issue.
Well, go ahead.
Can we discuss discussion over this?
Of course.
I think the question should be how can I identify if a VC buys my vision, right? Because in this case, for founders, they don't understand sometimes when they are first-time founders that there's plenty of VCs and money there, but relationship building takes time. So when you start building relationships, building awareness of not the business, but yourself, and then you start also checking backgrounds of the VC and the people that is going to be in your board, because at the end they're going to become board, it's a marriage, then that's when you realize, and you have to take more time than usual because you're in a hurry, you want to raise money quickly, but you need to think carefully about who you engage with. This is a marriage, and the shareholders agreement, and you said it's the same
it's
as
the prenup.
Yeah, exactly. So have a good lawyer.
Have a good lawyer. Yeah. So I agree.
Anything else you want to add, Ciro?
No, I think, what I think is like when you face a VC or someone that wants to invest in your company, you have to make sure that they are falling in love with your vision, no? That you're going to have an active partner in the board that is going to help you out, and it's just not going to look into the numbers, no? It's just going to be like, what are the numbers? Well, are you growing your business every now and then? all the time. No, you want something that when it's a problem within the company helps you out with solutions, no? Provides you network, provides you people, solution for your product, help you out with your technology, help you out achieving your business model, no? And value creating through your income, no? Or through your revenue. So I think at the end you have to look for someone that has a little knowledge of what you're doing and is a little bit expert on the product that you are building. So at the long run can help you drive your business through a better stage, no?
Got it. Understood. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, as a strategic investor, we also get that question because there might be, they say there might be a potential conflict of interest. What happens if I work with your competitors and so on? So I think it's also important to ask those questions to the investor. How do you feel about this? Because you will never know, kind of. But obviously, I think it gives some saying, hey, no, I need an exclusivity. You can't work with my competitors. So that's something that you need to be careful and ask those questions. And I agree, this is like a marriage, right? So, but I say this is not only, hey, who understands my vision. I think it's also positive that investors are challenging to help you improve, right? So I feel the best compensation is obviously some people that support you no matter what. The other people are challenging a little bit, but on a positive aspect. So not just digging into the numbers, which obviously are important, but it's more than that, right? So help you, okay, what happens if you do this way? I've seen other experience of our other portfolio company that did something similar in the past. So why I connect you with them, you speak to him and see what kind of if you come to a conclusion. I think that's important. But also you need to think as a company or as an entrepreneur what stage you're in, right? What do you need? Is it you need product development at that point at very early stage, or do you need Antler, for example, to help you find a co-founder, which I think is very, very relevant. So it's something that here in Spain, I think we need to improve a little bit on not finding a co-founder that is your friend from university, but finding someone that complements you, right? Yeah. That has a different profile to help you look at things in a different way. So it's also, is your focus now more on product? So is it more building team? Is it more finding customers? There's different kind of investors, right? And obviously we invest in seed and Series A. There are a lot of construction-focused investors, but after Series A and Series B, you need kind of larger VCs, and that's not just construction-focused. So at Series A, you already need to think who can connect me better to Series B investors, right? So it depends on the stage.
Interesting to see how one question generates so many answers from different people. Hang on, let's see. I don't know where I need to point this thing. Pepe, where did you point this thing? Can you get the next one?
What happened?
No, I think
there's no more questions.
You have to hear it.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Then I need to get my cheat sheet.
Let the people ask, no?
Yeah. Does anybody have a question? There's a microphone here that can circulate.
Hi. One question. What's the expected ROI when a VC is buying equity in a company?
What's the expected return on investment that the VCs expect when they make an investment? Oh, that's a fun one.
That's
a tough one.
That's a tough one. When we started in Before Motion, we had a expected return when we analyzed in a finance way, the numbers and the projections of we added the market conditions, we added the strategic plan and everything, but usually that didn't work, obviously, because the uncertainties that you face when we were investing in early stage were pretty difficult to assess, no? Obviously, we put it, I'm gonna give you a rough number. I mean, after we did the whole analysis, and if our projection didn't meet 6x, in an average, we wouldn't invest in the company, right? But this is something that we put it as a threshold.
Aside
the threshold, because some one of those companies outperformed that, and mostly of those never got to that return on investment. So it depends on what you're looking for, and I think at the stage that you are. If you are in the early stage, you have to put the biggest return you possibly can do to have an average that is good enough. But when you are like probably in Series B or Series A, you probably the expected return sometimes is a little bit lower, no? I think.
Thank you. Time is unfortunately running on, so we have time for one more question. Who has the last question that they want to ask the panel? Okay, I'll ask a question.
Okay.
So, what about a Crowdcube question that's worth asking? Why are later stage companies such as Quanto, Revolut, or Hura raising from retail investors and not only VCs?
Yeah, well, I think I already mentioned in my pitch, but basically they see customers. They don't see only customers, they see co-owners of the business and equity owners. They want to give them the chance, whether it's early, Series A, Series B, Series C. And it's also a source of finance that becomes easy manageable from a cap table perspective. We have an SPV, kind of a representative, legal representative to pool all the investors in the cap table. So you have one single shareholder that doesn't have a seat in the board, doesn't have aggressive terms, but it sits with other venture capital firms. It's a source, as I say, it's another source of finance that later stage businesses have now to diversify the cap table. And when things are not going well and they need more finance, such as, for example, in COVID, and lots of businesses backed by retail investors came back and raised convertible rounds or flat rounds because they needed the money to survive, right? And the same now. We've seen lots of businesses coming at flat rounds, even down rounds, and you have not only venture capital institutional investors and professional investors, you have also retail investors to offer the chance to back you and go through the storm.
Super. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. So thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Mateo. Thank you, Ciro. Thank you, Mónica. Thank you, Ernesto. Big round of applause, everyone, for our panelists.
Okay. Gracias.
Okay, so I
Thank
suppose
you.
that's me back up here again. Table is the last obstacle between you and the coffee break. So if you just keep up for another few minutes, 45 minutes, we'll have a half-hour break, more or less. Once they change, don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to do any activities. I can tell you a few jokes if you want. Listening to the other table, I was just checking up some old jokes, and I found one was quite the right sort of joke for today. How do you make a small fortune? Well, you start with a big one, and then you invest in startups. And looking at Alvaro over there, I just remember another one. Guy walks into a lawyer's office and asks, what are your fees? How much do you charge? And the lawyer says, $1,000 for 3 questions. And the guy says, oh, that's pretty expensive, isn't it? He said, yes, what's your third question? Well, these are the things that happen, you know, with the brain. Everything seems to be doing okay until you have to talk in public. Are we ready? Ready? Not ready? No, not ready. 1 minute. And, you know, you can get up, you can shake, you can do a big 5, you can move around, do whatever you want. Anybody else know a joke?
Yeah.
Who wants to tell a joke?
Yeah.
No jokes? I don't have any jokes on my script, see, this is the problem. Henrik, are we ready? You ready?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. But are you ready? So you can start.
Should I tell jokes?
Well, the third table of the day, corporate venture, entrepreneurship, and spin-offs. How institutions innovate through startups. Welcome, please, Henrik Jin Larsen. Larsen or Larsen?
Depends on whether you want to say it in Danish or in English. I think Larsen in English.
Larsen. Entrepreneur and investor, all yours.
Okay, thank you. I'll just see whether... Thank you. Thank you. I think we need 1 or 2 minutes until they are ready. Sascha tells me I can tell about GBO. I think Miguel, who's the organizer with GBO, is a business network that goes with sort of getting to know people physically at lunches and dinners, and then start doing business. And it's really worthwhile, highly recommendable. And I'm pretty sure Miguel will later tonight tell a little bit about it. But certainly great event, Miguel. Thank you very much. And I think we're ready now. We have the first speaker, Luis Herrero, who is founder of Origami and leader at Origami, which is now part of Leroy Merlin. And I don't know much more about it, so I'm really excited to hear more about it. Please come up here.
Thank you, Henrik. Yep. Thank you, Henrik. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Thank you to the organization, Miguel, for inviting me to... No, I don't need it, because I want one slide, just one slide. To discuss with you, even if it's late, because I see a lot of holes there in the set. But this is a very fascinating topic, and probably a little bit different to the previous one, because I'm going to discuss about entrepreneurship, which is not exactly entrepreneur, but there is very close points. So let me to talk and to introduce briefly the company that I work for, and a little bit about some words about myself. So the company that I work for is Leroy Merlin. Leroy Merlin is a French company, and we are, for giving you some repairs, we are #1 in Europe in our sector, #3 global player after the two giants, Home Depot and Lowe's in the US. And so Leroy Merlin is a branch of the ADEO Group. ADEO Group is this big corporation. So our business is very simple, very clear. We sell products and services, mainly products, to improve the home habitat and the home improvement. So building, painting, decoration, saving energy, clean energies, and this kind of stuff, right? So we are dedicated to that. And about myself, my experience, I've been working in Leroy Merlin for several years, and mainly divided into 3 periods. The first one, I was in Spain as a member of the board, in charge of, I was the CIO, the organization and supply chain director. You see, sample stuff. Hands-on, very operational in the day-to-day. And we made this journey, amazing journey, because we transformed the company from a classical retailer brick and mortar to a digital one. So we complete this digital transformation. We create the online channels and these kind of things. Mainly, we prepare the company with capacities, capabilities, and competence skills to the next part. So when we finish this period, I moved to France, to the north of France. It's a beautiful countryside there. It's a city called Lille. I moved there because I was in charge to co-lead the omnichannel transformation program. I don't know if you're familiar with omnichannel, but basically is when the retailers, we have built different channels, the physical one, the online, we mix to create this famous seamless customer experience. And this, I can assure you, this is not easy at all. But it's very interesting because we see the classical retailer like us, for example, moving from brick and mortar to digital one and putting all together, creating this new experience. And in the other side, we see the pure players like Amazon, Alibaba. Many people asking, why is Amazon buying Whole Foods and why Alibaba is building more than 2,000 stores in China? It's very easy, because in the new landscape, you can compete not with only with digital, you compete with omnichannel, but it's not the topic for today. So when this, the goals and the targets for this period finish, after my experience, I was in charge with, I had experience national and international, a role around the globe, but I really wanted to create something new. I wanted to do that because it was a matter of numbers. No, because I know perfectly that the new business model, that's by the way, is called Ogami, is peanut beside the big business that we are creating. But more important than that, this is probably my message. This initiative, this venture, is going directly aligned with the purpose. It's giving more value, added value, and purpose to the strategy of the company, and was one of the main drivers. So I discussed with I ran out of time already. My God. Okay. So I discussed with my boss at that time and I say, Nacho, we have made a lot of things. We have learned a lot of things. We have failed many times. We know how not to do things. So we must reinvent ourselves in a lean startup agile company. And this started by myself because I came from the, headquarters, red carpet, closing 5 with the president, to be alone in a small office, and I start this venture alone. So that's entrepreneurship is changing completely, and the most difficult sometimes for the companies or the startup incorporating to the ecosystem is to share values, to share culture, and to align themselves. Sorry for being late.
Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you very much, Luis. Next up, Sandra Blasquez. I need my glasses. Sandra is a chemical engineer and has been working at Repsol for more than 18 years. During this time, she has been part of various teams and related to R&D, chemical processes, health, safety, environment, and European chemical legislation, where she participated in various European associations and consortia in the oil and gas sector. In 2019, she joined Repsol's corporate investment fund as a senior investment associate, where she participated in different startup investment processes. She has recently taken on the role of Global Head of Open Innovation at Repsol. Welcome.
Thank you, Henry. Good afternoon. Well, I think that Repsol doesn't need so much presentation here, at least in Spain. But did you know that the first energy vehicle charger were in 2008, where nobody talks about it, it was installed in our technology center? Why? Because technology matters to us. Repsol is a global energy provider, multi-global energy provider, and is leading the energy transition. Proof of that is that we were the first oil and gas company to set the goal to be a net zero emission company by 2050. But we need technology for this, for achieve this goal. Because of that, we have a R&D center in Móstoles here in Madrid with labs, pilot plant, and more than 200 scientists that prove or put their knowledge to us in order to help us to comply with our objectives. But we realize that if we want to go farther, faster, we can do it alone. We would need to see outside and look up for innovation outside. And this is our open innovation model works. We search for disruptive technologies to validate it in our assets and with our businesses in order to speed up the innovation. We achieve these goals with startups, universities, R&D centers that help us to achieve our goals. We have multiple and flexible collaboration models with startups. We have a collaboration with accelerator programs and other accelerator programs, participating in some programs, mentoring startups. Also validated the technologies in our assets. We have a program called e-action that it came from the idea to the action, where we come to prove these technologies in our assets in a small time frame with a specific budget. We have also used science platform, to launch our specific and technical challenges. And we have also an investment arms to improve and to accelerate the innovation. We focus in 3 main search fields. That is low carbon processes and circular economy, advanced mobility and renewables, and technologies for asset optimizations. One of the vehicles that we have for achieve our goals is our investment arms. We have launched recently 2 funds. The Corporate Venture Fund, that is our internal fund, that is more focused in early stage startups, that from Series E, more or less. And we have also a new venture capital fund in collaboration with another third party, that's Suma Capital, that we are focused more in Series B, C stage, in more a commercial stage. It's the same focus, decarbonization, but with 2 different approaches, early stage and commercial stage. In our portfolio, we have currently around 20 startups, more or less, and I would like to highlight our first spin-off that is called Synergize, and is the proof that we are also able to export our technology. This project started some years ago in our Repsol Technology Lab, and now is a startup in collaboration with another Spanish company, with Nagas, and it's the proof that it's possible to export technology and to create spin-offs in corporates. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Perfect timing. Next, please welcome Sergio Rodriguez, Global Venture Development. Veira, how do you say that? I don't know. But as I understand, he's part of Veira X, which is a global digital investment vehicle looking for the next unicorns that I could see from the website, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Totally
Please
sure.
welcome Sergio.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Thanks, Miguel Angel, for inviting me. It was just a few months ago when I decided to become part of Veira, and it is really funny because this is the first time that I'm pitching and I am the one who owns the money. I am not asking for it because I was working before in some startups. And it is nice because this panel of today that is about corporates trying to innovate. A few years ago, I was studying a postgraduate in innovation for corporates. And beyond those papers that I was reading, I thought that there was no sense and it was just not real that companies are really innovating and doing something relevant. And now that I am part of Veira, my mind changed a little bit, and this is why. This is how the magic happens inside Telefónica. Today, I'm going to focus in a really small part of the whole ecosystem that we have created in innovation, which is the Venture Studio. But this is actually the most relevant slide today, which is basically trying to capture all the stages where innovation can happen. It starts in the early beginning, which is with ideas in the academic background and academies and universities, where students start proposing their ideas and technically developing those. And beyond that, we can just find other type of initiatives. For example, the Veira Builder, which is something that represents entrepreneurs that are not ready to launch yet, but they have an idea and a technology, and they want to rely on us because they think that Telefónica can be a really interesting partner. Then we have our Veira Hubs, which is what you might know here in Spain, in Madrid, Barcelona, Munich, London, and also in LATAM. That is something that we really encourage entrepreneurs from the local ecosystems. The main reasoning of those Veira Hubs is because where we are present already as a telco brand, we think that we can provide value to the startups of those ecosystems that we are already there. But and that is something that we really strongly believe in, and this is why all the people here in Madrid and Barcelona know us. Besides that, that is basically focused on early stage. We have Telefonica Ventures that is going Series A and beyond. And then we have also some positions in some funds. Like we are, you cannot see it here, but we are LPs in a fund that we launched 3 months ago with K-Fund, which is called Leadwin. So this is the most relevant slide today. I'm gonna try to be the most shortest possible, so we can have space for discussion, where I think that we can provide more value to you. But I'm gonna try to talk a little bit about my book, which is my department, about the Venture Studio. What is the Venture Studio? Venture Studio actually is grabbing three initiatives from here, which is the Wayra Builder, Wayra X, and Open Innovation Campus. Open Innovation Campus will be explained later on, but now we will focus on Wayra X and Wayra Builder. Okay, what is actually Wayra Builder? It all started by thinking about our technologies that we were developing in-house in Telefonica, and actually they end up but not going to the market because there were not actually commitment from the firm, or actually the technology was not solving the problem that we thought at the beginning, and we decided to create a vehicle just in order to be able to launch that technologies, funding talent in the market. We have a really good relationships with universities and so on, so they can provide us talent, and we have the technical expertise in-house, and we have the technologies that we can launch to the market. Actually, Wayra X, which is the vehicle where I proudly belong to, is the digital hub that we have to invest in those markets that we are not able to capture because we don't have a Wayra hub there, which means we are present in UK, in Germany with O2, or in Brazil with Vivo, but what happens to other markets where we are not present there? There is still good opportunities, like in the US or Israel, which are those tier 1 markets that we want to have presence in. And actually something relevant to the corporate, because this vehicle, which focuses on B2C opportunities, is the one that is able to anticipate the future trends of the market. So that's why, and it's a really interesting challenge to try to build an asset and a brand in those markets where we are not already present as a telco brand. This is something about the investments that we are doing from Wayra Builder. Actually, I will be more than happy to discuss it with you or to make you the intro to the person that leads the department afterwards. But it's actually putting the technology in the middle and finding the right team to lead it, and actually putting some money behind to help our entrepreneurs launching the opportunity. Then is the Wayra X vehicle. That is the one that I was talking just right before. We also have some investments in Spain, but just focus on B2C because those are not the opportunities captured by Wayra hubs, or those focus on those that Telefonica Ventures focus are more in Series A and beyond, so we can help them before, so they can just grab our funds in the next stage with the other vehicle, which is Telefonica Ventures. And the last one, but not least, we think and we strongly believe that some opportunities that are in the market are still not mature enough because they are just those just spring out from students that they think that they are not prepared enough. So that's why we encourage them and we collaborate with our business unit to propose challenges. So we go to our business unit, we ask them what is their problem or they need, and we go to universities and find the best talents to be able to launch and to elaborate on that opportunities. And that's it. Thank you, Enrique.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Last but not least, Cristina Moyano de Navasquez, who has over 15 years work experience, 8 in strategic consulting, 7 dedicated to the entrepreneurial world. Cristina was part of the founding team of the Accelerator Endeavor in Spain and now works at Amadeus Ventures, making investments in startups. Furthermore, she believes in lifelong learning. And I don't know how many lives she has lived. She has a double business degree from ICADE and marketing from Parsons, the new school in New York, an executive MBA and executive education courses from Columbia, IE, and INSEAD. Yeah, more life learning. Please welcome.
No se comprometen, pero luego sí, pero luego no. Y al final mareas mucho.
Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, perfect.
Yes,
So thank you very much, Enrique, and thank you very much, GBO, Miguel, for having me here today. So I will be talking about Amadeus Ventures, no? Basically, what do we do in Amadeus Ventures? Amadeus Ventures is the corporate, so the startup investment program from Amadeus IT Group. I believe Amadeus doesn't need an introduction either, but for those of you that do not know it, we serve IT to the travel industry, so to travel providers, these being airlines, airports, hotels, travel agencies, both offline and online. What we look for in the Ventures Fund is complementary technologies to our solutions, serving our existing clients, or technologies that are solving relevant pain points of the end traveler. The key objectives, and I think we have already mentioned them from the previous presenters. So basically, it's to establish win-win opportunities where the corporation has access to the market, to learnings, to new technologies, to innovation, and also at the same time, the startup has visibility. They have this guarantee, that Amadeus is behind, that we have qualified them, and also we introduce them to clients. What have we done to date? And I think, well, first looking into our criteria, our investment scope, we invest early stage, but when we say early stage, it's not super early. We do Series A. That's our sweet spot. And the reason is because we need KPIs now. So we need the company to already showcase that they have some clients. And because what we want to give them is not only funding, but also collaboration opportunities. So we have scouted over 3,000 startups. We do it in two ways, in a proactive manner and in a more reactive manner. So we see it within corporate strategy. So we understand how Amadeus is going to be growing, what are the business units looking for, and there we scout proactively in certain topics, but also we are referred to startups through our clients, through our business units, through our ecosystem of partners. We have made to date 18 investments since inception. We make more or less 2 to 5 investments per year. And our portfolio is global. The team is very, very small, so we are 4 people. We sit in Madrid. We scout globally. Used to live in a plane. After COVID, it's true that it has been a little bit better in terms of traveling, but basically, yeah, half of our portfolio is US. We have an Israeli company and European startups like French startups, Spanish startups. We invest from 250K to 3 million. The most important thing is the strategic fit, as we will see. We have done 8 exits to date, so we have 10 active portfolio companies. And what we do with them, as I mentioned, is to explore collaboration opportunities. And lastly, so we couldn't do this without our ecosystem of partners. Basically, we surround ourselves with other financial VCs, other CVCs, specific of the industry and also generic. And they refer us also to excellent pipeline and serve us as great opportunities. So this is our portfolio. It's very diverse. As you can see, we have technologies going from AI, IoT. We have data marketplaces. I'm going to talk about a few of them. I do it randomly because if not, we give a lot of visibility to some. But for example, Situm, I think it's relevant. It's a Spanish company. They are from Galicia. They do indoor positioning. What they solve is the problem that GPS doesn't work inside buildings. So basically, they offer wayfinding solutions. It's a very transversal technology. It can be used for several use cases, but within the travel space, for example, it serves airports, huge hotels, huge resorts. And we have invested in them in the initial phase. We have been working with them on several joint marketing opportunities. We have introduced them to clients. Also, looking at another successful case, I would say Volantio. Volantio is solving a pain point of airlines, which is basically that when a seat of a plane is sold, it is sold. You cannot buy it back, no? So exactly what Volantio does is buyback solutions. So they identify peak flights. They identify which passengers have capability to move. So they move those passengers to another flight, and then the airline has the capacity to sell those tickets higher, no? So it's booking optimization of the revenue. With them, we met them at a hackathon. They were the winners, and we have done lots of collaboration opportunities. They have a commercial agreement with our team in airlines, so with Altea. So we refer them to our customers, and we have helped them scale faster. And yeah, I'm looking at Henry. Do I have time for another one or?
10 seconds.
10 seconds, then I go, I go quickly. Lastly, so 2 years ago, we discovered basically that we are looking at lots of interesting startups. We only have certain business cases, investment business cases, and we wanted to give visibility to those startups that we believe will be relevant actors in the industry. And that's why we created the Startup Universe, which has exactly this purpose, and we keep updating the catalog. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Please come up, all of you. Now it's time for questions online from the room here. While we wait, I can kick off with one. Now we're all talking with VCs, big corporations. How can a startup sort of benefit from being part of a big corporation? How can you help them grow?
Well, I can start. In our case, it's not only a matter of investment. I think that it's important to offer to the startup space to grow up and scaling up their technologies, a place where prove the technology that they have. And in this, for example, we have the Action project, the space for made proof of concept with a startup and a big corporate to connect also with our customers. I think that it's important for them to prove technology and connect with another business models or business customers.
So a bit like you talked about also in Amadeus, this ecosystem.
Yes. Yes, I would also like to say, so for us, in our case, for example, what we do is we also give them access to expertise, so to industry expertise. Normally what we do is if we have an observer role, we give it to somebody within the BU that has knowledge in the field, so that they can also serve the purpose of giving them this type of mentorship, let's say. And then, we proactively introduce them to our clients and to our business units for them to be ambassadors and to help them really establish those collaboration opportunities.
Very interesting. Luis, you're from the other side because you got invested in by your company and your project. So how did you see the difference?
Well, we have been trying to, because when I was listening very carefully to you, to your exposition, it's quite different because you are taking startups that are filling the gap between the status of the state of the art of the technology and the real capacity of the companies to incorporate this technology. That's the real challenge. That's probably the main concern, a strategical concern governing the big corporations. That's the reason, the spin-offs and there is the opportunities and why the old paradigm of economy of scale sometimes is very difficult to understand how a big corporation with all the power of the big scale is not possible to solve a business problem like you say with this startup in booking or whatever. And that's the real challenge is coming to the organization and the culture of the company, to be prepared to change the mindset and to change the way the organization is really going to work. Incorporate these startups as another feature team. That's the key. That's the key question in my experience. I don't know if I answered your question right.
I do. I also think that we sometimes undervalue that we can help entrepreneurs to validate the internal hypothesis, because when one thinks about a corporate investing in a startup, they think that they might be the customer perhaps in the future or not, but the startup, even if it's in a scale or whatever, it doesn't matter the stage, they still have a hypothesis on should I have a segment on that type of market? Should I have a legal risk? Should I have a technical risk? And in a big corporation, you can find different type of experts in several domains that you can just introduce to them and help them in order to be able to know, okay, do I have market in that segment? No. Can I do something like this in terms of technical perspective and so on? And that's something that they really evaluate.
Okay, thank you. I think we have one for you. To Luis, could you see a startup transforming your business sector, and
Absolutely, absolutely. And very modestly, I was my propose, because I haven't had enough time, I'm sorry, to discuss about that, but my value proposition was completely changing. Just to give you some flash about the value proposition of this Ogami, we are providing services to the customer who didn't bought the product in our stores. Wow. So sometimes when I say that, we are going to give service to our competitors. Someone, you are buying something in Amazon and we are giving you a support for this product. When I say that the first time for the board of directors, I say, are you crazy, Luis, or what happened? No, I say, I believe in ecosystem. I believe mainly in doing purpose to the people. And if this customer has not bought in our store, there is a good reason. Let's go. But in the meantime, we give this service to them. So I think I completely sure, and it's like other technology fields that we have today in biotechnology, in health, in many things. We have a lot of things to do because we are very inefficient.
Thank you. Then I think we can go back to one actually that Charles also was a bit in, they talked about earlier. What about insights to investment decisions? How do you, I mean, you have looked at more than 3,000 cases and you've invested in 18, so there's a lot of sorting out. Could you explain a little bit about it?
Yes, sure. No, and there's a lot of frustration also because, so basically, we do scout lots of startups. That was one of the reasons why we also created the universe, no? So we wanted to really give visibility to so many startups that we are scouting that are amazing and then where we can't invest because we can't build a business case. How do we prioritize one startup versus another? No, it comes very much with whether it is a priority for the business unit. No, so we work very closely with them. We understand, as I was saying, no, what's the roadmap? What are they willing to be developing internally? What are they looking for as for external partnerships? And they're like, we find the fit. That's what I mentioned now. This is strategic fit, where we believe there is interest both from the side of, so we are able to help the startup scale because that's one of the main things, and also the Amadeus will benefit from the learnings, and that is basically how we prioritize it. We do it together, so it's not only ventures.
Okay, thank you. Anything to add? No. I think there was one for Sandra. Is Repsol working into blockchain entrepreneurship sector? It's Waylet, a project heading to be a crypto wallet in the future.
Well, sure. We are working within blockchain technologies. One of the technologies that we think that help us to assess to improve our assets. Digitalization is we are on the wave of digitalization, of course.
Okay, and I think there was one more for you.
One of the startup in our portfolio, it's called Pinboot, is especially in blockchain technology.
Thank you. There was one more to you, Sandra. How is Repsol dealing with the fact that young people see the world of mobility with a zero-emission policy?
Well, we are flagging the net zero emission strategy. As I said before, we were the first oil and gas company. So we think that the net zero emission would be achieved with a lot of technologies. It would be a mix of technology. There is not one solution for achieve this goal. And of course, the young people, I think we agree with us that we will be in all the sectors and all the trends that could be this goal through, I don't know, biofuels, synthetic fuels, circular economy, all the technologies will be there, not one.
Power-to-X and so on.
Yeah.
Interesting times, yeah.
I can add something about the investment decisions that are taken in big corporations about startups and so on. And it is really important that, for example, we think in terms of processes that we avoid to invest in opportunities because someone just put it in the table and is the one who shouts more and thinks that is the best opportunity in the market. but it's actually something that it is in the ADN of the teams doing innovation and investing, that they have a broad perspective of the market and they understand what is happening out there. So if you have a clear process and you have the goal of investing in a technology that has been raised up by someone in your company that is trying to transform the corporate itself, it's something that you have to pursue and to try to convince the other in the table, because you have the process, the idea goes through it, and you think that it can win the market, and that's why you strongly believe in. At the end of the day, we are still people that believes in project, believes in teams, and it's something that if we are actually feeling that entrepreneur can change our industry, we are the ones that we will pursue the most this kind of investment. So that's processes and strong belief in the team and the project. Yeah.
Indeed, the team is important. I guess. Any questions from here, or people just waiting to go out and have a coffee break? Up.
Very interesting. So, how do you guys measure the synergies between the startup and the business units? And once you measure those metrics, what are the decisions that the corporate made towards that startup?
Yeah. Can I handle it? Yeah. We have, yeah, that's right. For example, in Telefonica, we have one person inside each of the investment vehicles, which is the business development, we call it. And the only focus of that person is try to pursue that technology or company that we have invested in, to try to engage it with any business unit that is relevant. So that was basically decided before the investment. Okay, this technology applies to this specific department that we have in insurance, for example. So we know that it might be a potential interest in the future. And that is something I like from the early beginning. And then once we have already invested, you have to pursue that kind of task with a role that you are actually pointing, I mean, that business development person. Otherwise, it's just about champions that they end up by being burned because they cannot pursue this opportunity day to day. So that's really relevant for, yeah.
Anything to add? Sandra?
In our corporate fund, we also have to balance the. Sorry, how was the? I changed also my mind. Where's the balance? Yeah, our investments have to be aligned with the strategy, and all the investment have to be also to be sponsorized. But each business strategy that the technology belongs.
Of course, so it needs to be somehow attached to a business unit with the sponsor in there.
The technology has to be analyzed also by our scientists, but all the investment has to be sponsorized by the business unit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I can.
I want to say something because it's a key point in my experience that's when you lie directly to the operational business unit with the usual metrics, with a lot of more volume and very high revenues, it's quite difficult because there are the same people looking at the metrics, the same metrics, so it doesn't work. In our case, we have a venture capital which is led by the vice presidents directly, and they decide, well, with experts and whatever, but not related. There is a special budget dedicated to that. Don't kill the innovation. Remember the 3 layers of Gartner 3 layers? When you oppose in the same plate or exploration and operation, sometimes it doesn't work. You need to have at the top the key management very concerned with that and with a very open-minded. But usually is this, go to the classical venture capital with a classical financial department and controlling department with the same metrics, doesn't work. Because they are waiting for a miracle, for the next unicorn. Everyone should be a next unicorn. And this probably, you are killing innovation and you are killing transformation because the result in the short term is now many times so important that the path to the transformation. Sorry.
Can I give
I
an
think
example?
that's it. Last
No,
one.
I was going to give just an example because I think he was pointing something that is important. So, for example, on sustainability, I think sustainability has been one of the topics that has been reinforced post-pandemic, and in our case, we have had a specific transversal business unit dedicated to the topic itself that is serving all of our BUs. So, in this case, when we started, they started building the strategy, around what can we do on sustainability and what are the different players that are in that space. We help them very much because we have been looking into this space for quite some time now. Who could be a good player to be able to offer, for example, tools to our clients, to the end traveler, to be able to take more sustainable options when they are traveling. And we decided to invest in Choose, for example. Why Choose? There's many players that are doing offsetting. There's many players. What Choose had at that point, not only were they doing offsetting, they also have self-purchase. They had other tools, but also something that was very important is at that time they had traction already in our industry. They were working with airlines. They were working with travel agencies. We had shared clients. So kind of like to find the synergies and to also find those KPIs. When you have a shared customer, when you have, it's much easier to push for these type of opportunities and also to push for collaboration.
Thank you. And I think that's it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Thank you very much, Henrik. Just hold on a second because I've got some important information, relevant information. We're going for our break right now, which is going to be held just outside there. Okay, so I hope you've enjoyed your flying churros and your beer with pigs and things like that, and your olives. Please remember you can acquire either hangers or olives, and all of that money will be donated to Fundación Pita López. You can do that from now till the end of the event. We are now going to carry on. We're going to carry on, but I should be switching to another language. Así que aquí estamos otra vez porque la siguiente mesa va a ser en castellano. La mesa es sobre Madrid y las ventajas que ofrece Madrid como impulsor de startups y los retos y las oportunidades a los que se enfrenta. Para hablar de este tema, damos la bienvenida, por favor, al señor don Rodolfo Carpentier, quien va a moderar la mesa.
Muy buenas tardes a todos, por la paciencia que habéis tenido de esperar hasta ahora. Me imagino que estáis todos con ganas de iros para casa, pero aguantar un poco que todavía hay un par de ponencias interesantes. Dejadme que invite a mis colegas a venir al estrado. Pilar Gil, por favor, Rodrigo de la Mota, Eduardo Díaz Sánchez y don José María Torrego.
¿Subimos todos entonces?
Bueno, creo.
¿Vamos por ahí?
Me pongo aquí, Pilar, que si no te quedas sola.
Antes de empezar, una pequeña anécdota. En 1992 estaba en Londres en un evento de estos de Internet y me dijo, usted es español, ¿no? Español, sí. ¿De Barcelona? Digo, no, de Madrid. Dice, ¿y eso dónde está? Es decir, en el 92 Madrid no existía en el mundo de Internet prácticamente. La única ciudad española que se conocía era Barcelona. Hoy vamos a hablar de qué es lo que ha pasado en los últimos 20 y tantos años, porque Madrid está ya a la altura de Barcelona y yo creo que muchos de los que están aquí han contribuido a ello. Y por lo tanto lo que me gustaría es empezar con Pilar, haz una pequeña presentación tuya. ¿Nos explicas un poco qué es lo que hacéis?
¿Me levanto? ¿Me quedo?
Vale, perfectamente.
Bueno, pues nada. Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Quería empezar preguntando quién sabe lo que es el Parque Científico de Madrid. ¿Quién conoce el Parque Científico de Madrid? Bueno, pues fantástico, porque así cuando acabe mi ratito estaréis todos, bueno, espero que os interese lo que os voy a contar. A ver. El Parque Científico de Madrid es una fundación sin ánimo de lucro que se crea hace más de 20 años, en el 2001, por las universidades Autónoma y Complutense. A lo mejor no conocéis el Parque Científico de Madrid, pero sí que sabéis lo que es un parque científico. Si no, ahora también voy a explicar un poco a lo que nos dedicamos. Nuestra institución nace de la colaboración institucional, es el único parque en España que está compartido por 2 universidades y también prueba de ello es que tenemos un patronato con actores tan relevantes en el ecosistema como el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, el CSIC, el CIEMAT y desde este verano la Comunidad de Madrid también ha entrado en nuestro patronato. Tenemos incubadas, somos una incubadora que nos dedicamos ahora os explicaré, a todos los palos que tocamos para apoyar a los emprendedores. Somos una incubadora de empresas basadas en ciencia y tecnología. O sea, nosotros no tocamos nada que no esté basado en ciencia y tecnología y estos son los logos de nuestras compañías. ¿Qué tipo de empresas tenemos y qué sectores? Bueno, pues evidentemente, como tenemos a la Autónoma, la Complutense y el CSIC entre los patronos, el 42% de nuestras empresas son de ciencias de la vida y química y tenemos también otro 40% de TIC, pero tocamos todos los sectores de actividad. Y tenemos empresas de recién creación, o sea, de menos de 3 años de antigüedad, hasta empresas que están todavía en desarrollo o algunas ya incluso consolidadas. ¿Qué ofrecemos? Bueno, pues ofrecemos, os haré un resumen, es que ofrecemos infraestructuras, servicios de apoyo al emprendimiento y programas de aceleración, escalado o proyectos en los que ahora os voy a explicar, que participamos. Estas son nuestras instalaciones, estamos en el campus de Canto Blanco, el campus de la Autónoma, en el campus de excelencia CSIC UAM. Y básicamente, hace unos años, comentábamos antes con Chema Nieto, hace unos años estaba mal visto emprender dentro de los centros de investigación público. Y estos emprendedores que iban saliendo y pasando al lado oscuro de alguna manera, entraban en el parque. Ahora ya el emprender no está tan mal visto, pero el parque es donde se juntan todos los científicos que han pasado al lado oscuro, que han tenido proyectos de este tipo, lo llamamos así ahora ya riéndonos de alguna manera, y donde se encuentran y es el ecosistema donde todos están. Ahora mismo tenemos las oficinas con 2.900 metros cuadrados al 90% de ocupación y los laboratorios con 1.700 metros cuadrados al 100% de ocupación y con lista de espera. De hecho, una necesidad en Madrid es ampliar infraestructuras de laboratorios para emprendedores, ¿vale? Les damos todo, ellos solo tienen que preocuparse del negocio y luego a nivel de servicios, bueno, pues también les damos visibilidad y prestigio. Tenemos personas dedicadas a ayudarles a emprender, les acercamos a mercados internacionales, búsqueda de financiación pública y privada, red de mentores, les ayudamos también con la búsqueda de talento, etc. Luego, somos socios de la Enterprise Europe Network desde el 2008, que es la mayor red mundial de apoyo a pymes con inquietud de internacionalizarse, ¿vale? También formamos parte de esta red que coordina la Fundación Madrid +D y, bueno, estamos dentro del nodo madrileño. También somos incubadora de la Agencia Espacial Europea. También imagino que luego a lo mejor Eduardo lo comenta, así que nada, solo que sepáis que en este programa tan interesante que también coordina la Fundación Madrid +D, el parque es una de las incubadoras. Y bueno, y luego los programas que hacemos de aceleración, este es nuestro proyecto, bueno, nuestra marca propia, aunque ahora veréis que colaboramos con todos nuestros patronos en programas de aceleración, es el programa Catapult, en el que hemos puesto todo nuestro know-how para ayudar a los emprendedores. En este programa hacemos una llamada a todos los científicos que tengan alguna inquietud de emprender. Hacemos una evaluación, les hacemos unos talleres Canvas para que sepan un poco el lenguaje que solemos usar en el mundo de emprendimiento y hacemos una selección. Estos 6 proyectos, que en cada ronda aceleramos 6 proyectos, pasan a tener un programa de 6 meses bastante intenso, donde se les pone un mentor. Es importante que conozcáis que los mentores que ponemos no son los típicos mentores de programas de aceleración el director de marketing de una empresa, el director de finanzas de una empresa. Lo que ponemos son CEOs de empresas que han estado en el parque o que siguen estando, que han pasado por esa misma transición de científico a emprendedor y en el mismo sector en el que están emprendiendo los proyectos, ¿no? Entonces les ayudan, bueno, también a empatizar con la situación vital que están viviendo. Entonces, bueno, tocamos todos los palos del Canvas. También hay talleres de protección intelectual, la parte legal, pacto de socios, etcétera, todo lo que tienen que conocer, la parte financiera y bueno, luego acabamos en un pitch con inversores. Entonces, bueno, el programa Catapult ha ido muy bien. Empezamos desarrollándolo en colaboración con el CSIC, con el programa Dinamiza. Hemos hecho ya 5 ediciones con el CSIC, se han creado 5 spin-off de científicos del CSIC También, y luego ya, por último, esta misma metodología, que no he comentado, que es una metodología que se llama Lean Launchpad, que viene de Silicon Valley, de Berkeley. Es una metodología específica para científicos, para acelerar proyectos científicos, y la estamos compartiendo. De hecho, la hemos aprendido en conjunto con la Universidad de La Salle de Barcelona, y estamos ahora haciendo un proyecto, coordinando entre el Parque Científico de Madrid y La Salle, un proyecto nacional cofinanciado por ENISA, en el que participan 10 parques, porque la idea es, con la misma metodología, de manera sistémica, que todos los parques nacionales, a nivel nacional, podamos acelerar todos estos proyectos. Ahora mismo, en el primer piloto que estamos haciendo este año, estamos a mitad de programa, estamos acelerando 32 spin-off de todas las universidades de los parques. Y por último, este proyecto también tiene una parte de formación de inversores. Lo que hacemos es intentar que los CEOs que han tenido éxito en los parques de toda España inviertan sus ahorros, tanto los suyos o los de su empresa, en las nuevas empresas que están creando. Entonces, todos los proyectos que vamos acelerando se los enseñamos y les explicamos cómo se invierte, qué cosas tienen que tener en cuenta a la hora de invertir, para que puedan ser los primeros en ayudar a estos científicos que una vez ellos fueron, ¿no? Y nada más. Y luego, si queréis cualquier cosa, me preguntáis.
Como ha aludido a ti, Eduardo, ¿por qué no sigues tú?
¿Perdón?
Por la presentación.
Bien.
¿Tienes presentación también?
Sí, creo que no, yo he traído... voy a hablarles un poco, sencillamente, de lo que es Invest in Madrid y de lo que intentamos hacer para promocionar a este sistema como innovador fuera de España, porque eso es un poco... Invest in Madrid tiene principalmente el papel de atraer inversión extranjera del exterior, y para ello pues lo hace primero promocionando Madrid en el extranjero, lo cual hoy afortunadamente es una labor bastante fácil, porque es un producto muy completo y muy de moda, Madrid. Y lo segundo que hacemos es contactar con los inversores y convencerles, facilitarles información en todo el proceso de decisión hasta que deciden instalar su sede para Europa o para España, deciden hacerlo en Madrid. Y entonces ya les facilitamos toda la labor de puesta en marcha de sus operaciones. Y luego, una vez ya están en marcha, mantenemos relación con ellos a través de un departamento de aftercare, porque hay años que la inversión extranjera que llega a Madrid viene, más del 50% viene de empresas que ya están presentes aquí, ¿vale? Entonces, eso es un poco todo la gama de servicios que hacemos para ello. Y durante los últimos años, desde la Comunidad de Madrid se ha desarrollado una estrategia y ejecutado una estrategia para potenciar el ecosistema innovador de la comunidad. Y ahora que ha sido así, porque Madrid ha pasado tenemos aquí, estas son un poco las cifras del ecosistema en Madrid. Esa cifra de 2.500 millones de financiación que se consiguió el año pasado, más impresionante que la cifra per se, es el crecimiento respecto al año anterior. Es decir, se ha multiplicado por más de 5 veces lo obtenido el año pasado. Hemos pasado a ser los número 1 en España, a ser también aquí la locomotora del país, y somos la cuarta región más fuerte en Europa para todo el apoyo al ecosistema según esto. Y entonces, estamos... todo esto que ha crecido y que se ha potenciado dentro de Madrid, la labor de Invest in Madrid es darlo a conocer fuera, para de esta manera un poco potenciar y consolidar toda la relación de tanto las empresas financiadoras como las empresas privadas, como las startups, que haya ese flujo de información, que haya ese flujo de relación y que podamos contribuir a seguir potenciándolo. Y además apoyamos cualquier iniciativa que pueda hacer más fuerte el ecosistema aquí. Eso es.
¿Y lo hacéis solo en Europa, en el resto del mundo, en Asia? ¿Cómo lo hacéis?
Invest in Madrid tiene que sacar ventaja de algunas cosas, y una de ellas, por ejemplo, es nuestra posición estratégica como entrada al mercado europeo. y nuestro posicionamiento especial con toda Latinoamérica, por ejemplo. Entonces, bueno, en cada sitio intentamos descubrir esas ventajas competitivas y aprovecharlo. Evidentemente, con todo el ecosistema latinoamericano tenemos mucho más fácil conexión por vínculos históricos y lingüísticos y todo es más fácil, pero también se desarrollan fuera de Europa y evidentemente con Estados Unidos. Próximamente iremos en una misión a Silicon Valley porque queremos un poco ver las posibilidades para estrechar relaciones con todo ello.
¿Sobre todo Silicon Valley o lo decís ahora de forma habitual o no?
No, Silicon Valley es una de las cosas que quiero estudiar, bueno, pues para darles a conocer todas estas cifras y todo este fortalecimiento del sistema madrileño.
Fenomenal.
¿Vale?
Te dejo a ti ahora hablar.
Estupendo. Pues encantado de estar aquí. Yo soy Eduardo Díaz, de la Fundación Madrid+D. La fundación depende de la Comunidad de Madrid, de la Consejería de Educación, y hacemos muchas cosas, ¿no? Además de temas de emprendimiento, pues, por ejemplo, la calidad universitaria, ¿no? Las universidades pues pasan sus másters, sus grados, pasan por nuestra acreditación o por la certificación que hacemos nosotros. También temas de transferencia de tecnología. Tenemos una relación muy estrecha con los parques, por ejemplo, con Pilar y con el Parque Científico y todos los parques de Madrid, porque estamos muy centrados en la innovación y en la tecnología. Y en ese sentido, pues, además de la transferencia de tecnología, temas de divulgación de la cultura científica, os sonará la Noche de los Investigadores, la Semana de la Ciencia, el NotiWeb, todo esto son actividades que hacemos desde hace ya, pues, no sé, 20 y pico años, ¿no? O sea que ya llevamos un montón de tiempo. Pero bueno, me voy a centrar en la parte de emprendimiento, ¿no? Que es la que llevo yo. Y lo sintetizo en esta diapositiva en la que está prácticamente todo de un vistazo, ¿no? En la parte derecha tenéis el apoyo a las startups innovadoras, que son los diferentes programas que tenemos. Hemos apoyado en estos años pues, cerca de 1000 startups, con diferentes tipos de programas, redes y demás, ¿no? Y luego en la parte derecha tenéis el apoyo al ecosistema, que es básicamente una herramienta que hemos desarrollado recientemente que se llama Startup Radar, Madrid+D, en la que ahora contaré muy brevemente lo que es, ¿no? Pero bueno, en la parte derecha, apoyo a startups innovadoras. ¿Qué podéis encontrar ahí? Pues en la parte superior tenéis programas de aceleración, ¿no? El primero de todos, el ESABIC, lo comentó Pilar hace un momentito. Ahí colaboramos con todos los parques, con el INTA, con el CSIC, con muchas entidades que pueden apoyar startups que usan tecnologías del espacio, ¿eh? Ya bien porque se van a temas de New Space o bien al revés, bien tecnologías del espacio que tienen aplicaciones terrestres, ¿no? Se apoyan con 50.000 euros y con muchos servicios de transferencia de tecnología, de incubación, mentoring y demás, ¿no? Al lado que tenemos Health Star Madrid+D. Este es un programa de preincubación de startups que vienen sobre todo de los hospitales. Trabajamos con la red madrileña de salud y la verdad es que, bueno, estamos creando apoyando a que se creen más spin-offs desde el sistema sanitario, ¿no? Porque realmente hay un potencial enorme. Ahora lo vamos a comentar seguramente, pero es que Madrid es un lugar en el que hay un potencial para la creación de empresas enorme, ¿no? Que hay que seguir potenciando. Bueno, hacemos más cosas luego en la parte derecha sobre otras tecnologías. Bueno, no voy a comentar eso. Y ya en la parte horizontal, ¿no? Debajo, Business Mentor y Bank Madrid+D. ¿Qué son? Son dos redes. Business Mentor es una red de mentores que la usamos con startups de cualquier ámbito, de cualquier sector. Es una red de mentores internacional ahora. Nuestra metodología de mentoring para emprendedores la han adoptado en 35 países como una referencia y la verdad es que Madrid, en ese sentido, es una referencia en el mundo del mentoring para emprendedores a nivel internacional, ¿no? Porque, bueno, ahora, por ejemplo, dentro de 3 semanas viene la Agencia Espacial Europea, quiere certificar aquí a sus mentores internacionales que trabajan en el ámbito del espacio, ¿no? De startups del espacio. O sea que, bueno, es un orgullo para nosotros tener ese programa. Y Bank Madrid+D os sonará más a todos porque lleva muchos años, es la red de Business Angels de la Comunidad de Madrid que gestionamos también, ¿no? Hay otras redes y bueno, y en la parte izquierda está Startup Radar Madrid+D. Lo comentaré ahora brevemente. Entonces, bueno, tengo 3 diapositivas. Esta la paso rápidamente porque ya la ha puesto antes Pilar. Básicamente lo que representa son los nodos de la red del programa ESABIC, que son redes, son nodos europeos. Somos ahora, pone 20, pero somos ya 26 nodos en Europa y entre todos apoyamos esa transferencia de tecnología y el uso del espacio al uso terrestre y viceversa, ¿no? De tecnologías del espacio a la Tierra o de la Tierra al espacio. Esta es la red que tenemos de Business Mentors, que no quería dejar de comentarla porque son mentores que apoyan en sus países, en sus regiones, y aquí, claro, en la Comunidad de Madrid, pues apoyan a nuestras startups. Hemos apoyado más de 350 en estos años, y la verdad es que es un servicio muy, muy valorado por las startups. Como es tan valorado, hemos querido encontrar una metodología de calidad, porque todo el mundo tiene mentores en sus programas, pero a veces nos falta un poquito que haya calidad, profesionalizar ese apoyo que se da, ¿no? Es lo que hemos intentado aquí, y ahora con mucho éxito, ¿no? Y por último, esta última diapositiva se refiere a Startup Radar, que es la parte que estaba en la izquierda, ¿no? Que es el ecosistema. Bueno, ¿qué hemos querido reflejar aquí? Pues tenemos en rojo, en la parte izquierda, y en la parte superior, 3 herramientas que son buscadores de startups, buscadores de entidades de apoyo y buscadores y un buscador global a nivel europeo de todo lo que se puede encontrar en el mundo prácticamente, particularizado para la Comunidad de Madrid. Quien quiera encontrar información sobre Madrid la va a encontrar aquí. ¿Quién ofrece servicios? ¿Qué fondos de capital riesgo hay? ¿Qué startups? Etcétera, ¿no? Y lo tenemos particularizado en el buscador de startups y de entidades. En el medio, en azul, tenemos informes que publicamos cada 6 meses. Informe del ecosistema, informe de la inversión y luego informes sectoriales. Tenemos ya como 12 informes sectoriales que dejamos ahí para que quien quiera pueda conocer más en profundidad las startups de esos sectores en la Comunidad de Madrid. Y en la parte de abajo son herramientas para las startups. La primera es para la búsqueda de empleo. O sea, están todas las búsquedas de empleo de las startups, están ahí. Es decir, quien quiera trabajar en una startup va a encontrar ahí muchísima información sobre quién le ofrece qué salario y demás, ¿no? Tenemos también buscadores de fuentes de financiación pública, que lo actualizamos cada 6 meses, y un buscador de fondos, de entidades de financiación a nivel internacional. Metes las características de tu startup y te dice qué fondos serían los más adecuados en principio, ¿no? Bueno, es una forma de empezar, porque luego los fondos, pues, obviamente, igual te salen 500 fondos. Bueno, pues tienes que ir segmentando, viendo un poquito dónde están y cómo dirigirte a ellos en su caso, ¿no? Y creo que con esto he hecho los 5 minutos casi exactos. Un poquito
Bueno,
más.
muchas gracias, Eduardo. José María.
No tengo. Bueno, soy José María Torrego, el director del Referente. Básicamente el Referente es una revista de startups que relancé a nivel personal como proyecto emprendedor en el año 2015 y desde entonces pues básicamente nuestra misión ha sido pues intentar, como dice nuestro eslogan, conectar el ecosistema, ¿no? Hoy mi presentación iba a ser online porque pensaba que tenía acceso a internet, pero al no tenerlo no puedo presentaros la plataforma y el proyecto que estamos lanzando, que va muy en relación a lo que contaba ahora Eduardo últimamente, ahora os contaré. Y básicamente el Referente empezó, yo creo que cuando el ecosistema de Madrid y en España en general en el año 2015 pues renacía, ¿no? Volvía a renacer y veías que empezaba a florecer tanto a nivel inversión como a nivel ecosistema y nuevas startups, ¿no? Que sería en torno al año 2014-2015 cuando ya empezábamos a salir de la gran crisis del 2008, donde al final pues hubo una época, yo creo que al final el sector pues no tuvo el auge ni el florecimiento que tiene estos últimos 5 años, ¿no? Empezamos siendo una web donde damos información de noticias a nivel primero madrileño y después a nivel nacional. Nuestro segundo producto fue la guía de inversión, que seguro que muchos conoceréis. Vamos por nuestra 7ª edición, es una edición anual que hacemos del ecosistema. En ella básicamente compilamos todos los actores tanto de la inversión como de la aceleración a nivel nacional y esos fondos internacionales que están empezando a invertir en startups. Tenemos una tirada de 5.000 ejemplares que básicamente son las que vendemos, entre 4.000 y 5.000 revistas al año. Para ser un proyecto digital, manda narices que nuestro producto estrella quizás sea una revista en papel, ¿no? Y ya, como os decía, vamos por la 7ª edición porque es un producto yo creo que indispensable y de cabecera para cualquier emprendedor que en este caso esté buscando ronda, ¿no? Al final, la evolución propia de nuestro proyecto, que hablaría en el año 2015 como una comunidad, nacimos en el Hub, evolucionamos a un medio multicanal, ¿no? Donde aparte de la web y aparte de la edición en papel, pues empezamos a lanzar otro tipo de proyectos muy relacionados, como por ejemplo una web en inglés que se llama Startups Real y que básicamente lo que hace es dar cobertura a todo el ecosistema de startups español, pero de cara, en este caso, al mundo anglosajón en inglés. En el año 2018 lanzamos además nuestros primeros premios, ¿vale? Que vamos elaborando cada día. De repente hemos conseguido conectar, me dejáis que improvise, ¿verdad? Me levante y os haga la presentación desde allí, que al final va a ser mucho más visual y al final lo que voy contando lo vais a poder ir viendo visualmente, ¿vale? Me decían que no había internet y no se podía conectar, por suerte sí. Hemos conseguido. Y como os decía, básicamente esta es nuestra plataforma, ¿vale? Obviamente con la evolución del tiempo a nuestros premios, a nuestra guía de inversión y a nuestra web inicialmente nacional, pues lanzamos en el año pandemia 2020 una nueva edición, que ya no solamente cubre España, sino que también cubre la parte de América Latina, ¿vale? Este año nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser lanzar edición en Portugal. Básicamente damos cobertura a todo el ecosistema de startups y de inversiones a nivel nacional. Y bueno, quizás en esa evolución propia de medio de comunicación lo que nos hizo fue pasar de lo que llamamos medio de comunicación a una plataforma de datos, ¿no? Creo que a nivel periodístico dentro del sector los datos empiezan a tener mucha relevancia y básicamente prácticamente todo el contenido va dirigido en este caso a la data, ¿no? ¿Qué tenemos, por ejemplo? Pues bueno, si vuelvo a la edición en España, quizás nuestra sección estrella es la parte de inversiones, donde tenemos un observatorio propio en el que monitorizamos todas las operaciones de inversión que se hacen públicas en España, en materia de startups, con más de 3.000 operaciones, ¿vale? Que vamos cubriendo, como veis, cada día a nivel informativo. Y luego, en función a esa data, vamos generando datos estadísticos, tanto de volumen de inversión anual, número de operaciones, cuáles son los sectores en número de operaciones y el sector que más capital están levantando. Ahora podremos ver datos comparativos de Madrid en función a Barcelona, que es algo que también he sacado. ¿Cuál es el acumulado de la inversión por comunidad autónoma? Vemos, obviamente, que ya en este año 2022 Madrid y Barcelona tienen una diferencia muy pequeña, cuando hace quizás 7 años la diferencia era abismal, ¿no? Tanto en cuanto a número de operaciones como a volumen de inversión obtenida. También el acumulado de la inversión mensual y, bueno, pues cuáles han sido las operaciones más importantes, ¿no? Este proyecto al final se ha hecho grande, hemos evolucionado la revista a algo más que una plataforma de datos y este año 2022, muy en línea con lo que contaba Eduardo, hemos lanzado nuestra propia plataforma de datos, ¿vale? Ecosistema Startup es la mayor plataforma de datos de startups y de inversores a tiempo real en España. Llevamos un año y el trabajo es espectacularmente duro y complejo, pero no nos cansamos. Tenemos ahora mismo monitorizadas casi 4.000 startups, 250 inversores donde aglutinamos cualquier tipo de vehículo de inversión, 250 business angels. Veréis ahora que la información que hay es una información súper curada y súper detallada y donde empezamos a sacar mucha información muy relevante del ecosistema con fuentes propias, ¿vale? No nos nutrimos de ninguna plataforma externa, es producto propio y en este caso lo que hacemos ahora mismo es licenciarlo. Tenemos 15 clientes, principalmente corporaciones, instituciones y venture capital, que al final contratan la herramienta con licencias anuales con el objetivo de poder sobre todo hacer scouting y generar deal flow, ¿vale? Me conecto muy rápido a la plataforma y os la enseño, que creo que es un poco lo más interesante y donde también podremos luego sacar conclusiones comparativas, sobre todo a nivel datos por comunidad. Esperemos que en poco se conecte y así no pierdo tiempo. Aquí estarían las tres bases de datos, ¿vale? Inversores, startups, van muy en línea a lo que ha contado Eduardo. Al final son bases de datos completas que nosotros curamos y que el usuario a nivel startup actualiza y genera todo el contenido. Y yo creo que más importante, aparte de las bases de datos, es la parte de tendencia. Aquí es una herramienta que hemos lanzado hace exactamente 3 semanas y en ella básicamente lo que hacemos es sacar datos estadísticos vinculados al mundo ecosistema startup y que nos empiezan a dar pistas de por dónde va, en este caso, el sector y el mundo de las startups.
José María.
Tiempo, ¿no?
Una cosa muy interesante es que expliques cuál es la idea inicial y cómo has evolucionado en el tiempo el modelo de negocio. Porque yo creo que para los emprendedores es muy interesante ver cómo una idea se transforma a lo largo del tiempo y se convierte en algo incluso mucho mayor de lo que tú tenías imaginado.
No quería contar, pero realmente mi historia fue que en el año 2009 levanté el referente, €500.000, perdí todo el capital, acumulé deudas de más de 50.000 euros, liquidé prácticamente la empresa, eché a todos los empleados, empecé de cero y 5 años después he conseguido pues, posicionarme como medio de referencia en el sector startup. No creo que es a nivel, yo creo que emprendedor, pues satisfactorio pese a todas la mala experiencia que he pasado cuando realmente fracasas, pierdes todo el capital y tienes que pivotar y pensar en rehacer el proyecto. Y luego, lo que ha sido muy claro, yo soy periodista de profesión, pero que he pasado de hacer periodismo a dirigir un proyecto, una empresa y pensar sobre todo en la rentabilidad de la compañía, ¿no? Nuestra estrategia está 100% pensada en rentabilizar, en monetizar, escalar, y en periodismo, pese a que el sector esté muy mal, pues se puede conseguir, ¿no? Y bueno, pues contaros muy rápido aquí tres datos para que veáis. Esta es una herramienta que ya empieza a sacar data de toda la información que tenemos en base de datos. Pues aquí, por ejemplo, tenemos de las 4.000 startups que tenemos dadas de alta, ya sabemos un poco cuántos hombres y cuántas mujeres están fundando startup por año, por comunidad autónoma, incluso por sector dentro de poco, ¿no? Y vemos que al final la brecha de género es real y que realmente esos porcentajes de 18-20% en mujeres y del 80% en hombres se cumplen, incluso con un número de startups de muestreo importante, que son 4.000. Yo creo que estimamos que en España hay 8.000 startups, scale-ups, y que, bueno, es un tema que hay que trabajar, ¿no? No os voy a quitar más tiempo. La herramienta, como podéis imaginar, tiene infinidad de opciones. Y viendo un poco los datos, que son datos aproximados en función a nuestra data, vemos que Cataluña y Madrid, por comparar, cada vez a nivel startup, están más cerca, ¿no? Acció cuenta que es la fuente oficial de Cataluña, cuenta con casi 1.900 startups en región Cataluña. La fuente inicial que nosotros cogemos para Madrid es la de Eduardo, Startup Radar. Ellos identifican 3.200 startups, pero muchas de ellas son startups científicas, con lo cual ahí el gap es importante en cuanto a que hay más en Madrid, porque realmente las startups científicas forman parte de esa información. No sé qué he hecho, que la he liado. No, ya está. Y bueno, pues por ver un poco nuestros datos, en Madrid ahora mismo tenemos identificadas 1.200 startups, se mueven se invierte este año más de 1.000 millones de euros en startups. En Madrid tenemos aproximadamente 200 inversores y business angels de forma activa. Y bueno, pues podría seguir contando y enseñando plataformas, lo voy a dejar aquí para no aburriros más.
No,
y básicamente esta es mi presentación.
Queremos que el público haga preguntas también. Pilar, yo tengo una pregunta para ti. Mira, yo llevo muchos años en el mundo de la inversión y he intentado algo así como media docena de veces ayudar a emprendedores universitarios y he sentido siempre una frustración gigantesca que es muy difícil de subsanar, y me imagino, por lo que estabas contando, que vosotros le estáis metiendo mano al tema. Y es que cuando tú tienes un científico que lleva 20 años estudiando algo y realmente ha descubierto una cosa que puede ser un producto fenomenal, y habla contigo como inversor y le dices, sí, bueno, pero necesitas un director general, y al director general le vas a tener que dar un 30% de la empresa. Se echan para atrás. Yo llevo 25 años trabajando en esto y le voy a tener que dar a un tío que viene de fuera un 30% de la empresa. Digo, sí, porque es el que va a hacer que tu idea fructifique y valga dinero. ¿Cómo lo estáis resolviendo? Porque mi gran problema ha sido que nunca he conseguido que los investigadores dieran una parte suficientemente importante al CEO para realmente crear una empresa mundial.
Sí, bueno, pues es que justo el cambio de paradigma en los científicos emprendedores es que efectivamente, normalmente un emprendedor ve una necesidad y busca una solución. Los científicos tienen la solución y tienen que encontrar qué necesidad, porque ellos lo que hacen es desarrollar algo y están enamorados de su ciencia. Y muchas veces el lenguaje, ellos son un gran científicos a nivel mundial, pero luego se enfrentan con que entran en un campo del que no conocen. Entonces, la parte del CEO es uno de los grandes puntos de inflexión, efectivamente, porque hay dos vertientes. Hay gente que piensa que es mejor que el científico o él o un postdoc de su grupo se convierta en CEO. Evidentemente, no todo el mundo tiene las inquietudes ni las habilidades para ser un CEO, pero en el caso de que hay un postdoc, porque el científico, las instituciones no quieren perder a los científicos titulares en una empresa, si no, no lo incentivarían. Pero a lo mejor un postdoc o alguien del grupo sí que es capaz de formarse y ser un CEO. Si pasa eso es lo mejor, pero es la menos veces. Lo normal es que haya que ayudarles a buscar un CEO profesional, un CEO que ya está acostumbrado o alguien que tiene esa inquietud y efectivamente les den algo de participación, porque igual que ellos tienen que generar esa confianza.
Algo, no un 3%, que es lo que normalmente quieren dar.
No, un 3, claro, un 3 no puede ser. Un 3 no puede ser porque el
CEO va
a cambiar su trayectoria profesional para volcarse en un proyecto también sin red. Entonces, por lo menos tendrá que tener algo de participación relevante como para también vincularse activamente a tope con ese proyecto y si sale exitoso también tener su retorno. Entonces, efectivamente es un tema más de confianza y hay gente especializada, hay proyectos en los que nosotros, incluso la Fundación Madrid, intentamos buscarles CEOs. Muchas veces necesitamos un CEO para esta empresa. Pues es muy complicado porque nos dicen las competencias, porque claro, liderar un proyecto científico como CEO no puedes venir de un sector muy distinto, porque tienes que también entender el know-how de la ciencia que hay debajo de tu producto, de alguna manera, o saber trasladarlo. Entonces, efectivamente es un problema y no siempre, uno de los mayores motivos por los que fracasan los proyectos es por esto, por una falta de entendimiento en el pacto de socios, en quién va a liderar la empresa, pero ya digo, ahí están las dos vertientes de quién cree que el investigador tiene que ser el CEO y quién cree que tiene que ser alguien profesionalizado.
Yo lo entiendo porque si tú llevas investigando 20 años o 25 años y sois un grupo de 2, 3 científicos y de repente entra una persona que teóricamente puede hacer crecer la empresa y va a ser el CEO y lo que pide es un 20, un 25, un 30% de la empresa, se echan para atrás, en mi experiencia, siempre. Porque la valoración que hacen es: oye, yo llevo 20 años en esto, este tío que viene por la puerta, sí, sabrá mucho de ventas y de marketing, pero bueno, eso se puede subcontratar. Pero es que la gente no entiende, o sea, la universidad no se entiende, que en general, que eso no se puede subcontratar. Es parte de la marca que tienes que hacer. Y para hacer esa marca necesitas una persona que sepa hacerlo. Y en la universidad no encuentras ese tipo de gente.
Sí, por aportar algún dato sobre la experiencia, ¿no?, que tenemos nosotros en este ámbito. Hace 6 años, lanzamos el programa Health Start, que es un programa, como decía, con los hospitales, y uno de los objetivos iniciales era el de crear equipos, ¿no?, porque los investigadores llegaban con proyectos muy avanzados, pero efectivamente faltaba en el equipo la persona que lo liderara, ¿no? Entonces, decidimos, igual que en el parque, pues tomar la iniciativa de presentarles a emprendedores, ¿no? Que montábamos inicialmente, arrancábamos con presentaciones colectivas en las que se conocía a la gente, se ponían en marcha. Esto es una iniciativa que es fundamental, pero es muy complicada. Es muy complicada porque las demandas de los emprendedores que se quieren incorporar al equipo son diversas, todo tiene que estar muy claro, muy estructurado al principio. Entonces yo al final hemos cambiado un poco el esquema y de lo que nos hemos dado cuenta es de que lo que hace falta es que los emprendedores que salen de los centros de investigación salgan realmente muy motivados y dispuestos a poner mucho más tiempo de su propia agenda. Porque ahora con la nueva ley de la ciencia sí que se puede hacer. Pueden dedicar mucho más tiempo. Antes tenían la excusa de que no podían prácticamente salir de la universidad o salir del hospital o de donde fuera. Ahora pueden hacerlo.
Un físico nuclear discutiendo una campaña de marketing no es precisamente lo más...
Efectivamente. Pero ¿qué necesitamos? Casos de éxito. Muchos casos de éxito para que ellos vean que se repiten casos de empresas con mucho éxito, con mucha inversión, que salen de centros de investigación y que ellos quieren emular. Porque si intentamos desde la administración pública poner parches, presentando por aquí y por allá, que lo podemos hacer muy bien, pero las cosas no son tan sencillas, ¿no? Hace falta que la gente esté mucho más motivada de partida a renunciar a parte de su vida para incorporar otra vida, ¿no?, la vida del emprendedor.
Es muy complejo. Vamos terminando y me gustaría, del público, ¿tenéis alguna pregunta? Preguntas del público. ¿Nadie tiene preguntas? Pues entonces sigo. A ver. Que te dejen. Que eso es lo que yo quería que contara, pero no se ha dejado.
Bueno, en 2009, 25 años, desgraciadamente 2022, 40 años, ya han pasado 15, con lo cual ha llovido, ¿no? Empecé con un equipo de 8 personas, básicamente estamos estructurados yo como director, una parte de equipo marketing, una persona de marketing financiero, un jefe de redacción, 2 subjefes y 3 redactores, contrato 8 personas, todas en nómina, pagadas por mí, me suponía una estructura mensual de 10.000, 12.000, 15.000 euros, depende del mes, con lo cual mi día a día era levantar pasta, más que vender, que es lo que tenía que hacer, ¿no? Y desarrollar la plataforma. Fallo total, inexperiencia. Yo obviamente ahora si a alguien le recomiendo que monte una empresa tecnológica y más un medio, diría que primero trabaje para un medio y que no lo monte solo y que antes de lanzarse a la piscina pues haga un MVP más pequeño, y así es como lo cambié, ¿no? Como os dije, a finales de 2010 me fui a mi casa, liquidé a todo el mundo y vendí absolutamente todo menos mi ordenador y nada más. No necesitaba nada más, un ordenador y el internet de mis padres. Y bueno, y eso fue poco a poco. En el año 2015 pivoté la idea, creé la comunidad de referentes, creé un microsite dentro del referente. En esa época, obviamente, no podía tener contratada gente y, obviamente, pues tiraba de redactores de beca, de periodistas, que desgraciadamente era de lo que me ayudaba a quitar parte de la deuda. A día de hoy puedo decir que tengo 4 personas en nómina, redactores a tiempo completo, que tienen sus nóminas y bueno, está muy bien. Y a partir de 2015, pues básicamente evolucionamos el proyecto y fuimos incorporando a personas. Obviamente, la parte editorial la tengo metida dentro de la empresa. Cualquier persona externa, SEO, tecnología, diseño, maquetación, X, ya son todo freelance, ¿no? Mi estrategia es no me cargo de pasivo laboral, mi core es el periodismo, mi core son los datos, es lo que necesito tener internamente, pero sin pasarme del número. Y ahora mismo el equipo físico somos 4 redactores y yo llevo la parte comercial y la parte estratégica, pero hay un amplio grupo de colaboradores que al final pues complementan nuestro trabajo puntualmente con cosas que necesitamos.
¿Y la tecnología la has subcontratado?
Bueno, por suerte, aparte de mi empresa de desarrollo, tengo una empresa de tecnología donde soy partner y tenemos 45 personas y eso me facilita mucho el hecho de conseguir recursos y desarrollar de forma bastante económica dentro de lo que es un programador, ¿no? Con lo cual eso es algo que al final facilita. No todo el mundo puede decir lo mismo y eso es muy importante, ¿no? Y lo más importante en medios es siempre pensar en monetizar a la vez que estás desarrollando. O sea, nadie pensaría que un producto sin terminar de desarrollar podría tener 15 clientes y clientes importantes, ¿no? Pues no llevamos un año de vida y tenemos 15 clientes, ¿no? Y 15 clientes que son pues, grandes corporaciones como Acciona, como Correos, Venture Capital como Kibo Ventures, como Sip2B, consultoras, bancos como La Caixa, como Startup. Bueno, también es un poco el posicionamiento que hemos conseguido en todos estos años.
¿Alguna pregunta más del público?
Rodolfo, a mí me gustaría aprovechar que queda poco tiempo, pues, y aprovechando que alguien ha puesto esta transparencia, pues para hablar un poco de nuestro libro. Y nuestro libro es que el año pasado en South Summit inauguramos un formato que se llama Madrid Investor Talks, y conocido por Chema Nieto, que tuvo mucho éxito y que este año lo vamos a replicar ahora en el Web Summit de Lisboa y luego también en la versión de South Summit de Porto Alegre, y que, bueno, que todos los interesados que sepan que pueden participar en ello y que sea una forma más para promocionar Madrid en el extranjero y para seguir toda esa labor.
Fenomenal. Espero que les ayudéis a los del South Summit a el nuevo emplazamiento, porque no acaban de encontrarlo.
No lo sé.
La nave se les ha quedado pequeña.
Ayer, bueno, eso es parte del tema de morir de éxito. Pero ayer estuve con María en la presentación de la edición de este año y la verdad es que fue, bueno, todo pinta que se va a ser cada año más fuerte. Bueno, cuando empezó en 2012 era todo muy pequeño.
Fenomenal. Oye, pues muchas gracias a todos por haber participado en esta ponencia. Yo creo que hemos llegado al final, en vista de que no preguntáis nada. Muchas gracias y doy paso a lo siguiente.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias, Rodolfo, y a toda la mesa. I'm going to stick to Spanish for a second while they change their microphones. I'd like you to give a warm welcome. Oh, that way. A warm welcome to Lorena from Fundación Pita López. Va a hablar en español mientras cambian los micrófonos simplemente para presentaros lo que hacen en la fundación y, bueno, pues ya que tienen... No, arriba. Micrófono de mano. Ahí lo tienes, todo tuyo.
Hola, ¿se me oye?
Sí, perfectamente.
Vale, pues nada, es muy breve, pero sí que nos gustaría, porque no es que seamos las azafatas de las aceitunas ni las de las perchas, ¿vale? Trabajamos en una fundación, que es la Fundación Pita López, que se dedica a ayudar a las personas con daño cerebral adquirido. Que antes contábamos por ahí que es la primera causa de muerte en mujeres, que esto nadie se lo cree, y la segunda, discapacidad en hombres. Entonces, es una fundación donde damos rehabilitación subvencionada. No existe ningún centro en España que haga esto. Nosotros hacemos una subvención, cada familia tiene su propia subvención. Se hace una subvención individualizada de cómo es todo su sistema económico y su sistema social, y entonces en función de eso hacemos una subvención que puede llegar a ser la del 100% del tratamiento, porque es verdad que la seguridad social cubre como el primer periodo de rehabilitación, pero a los 2 meses o así, pues te mandan a casa, ¿no? Con un montón de secuelas, gente que ve truncada su vida, porque es gente como nosotros que no han nacido con una patología, sino gente que de adulto o de joven desarrolla, pues por un accidente, por un ictus, por un traumatismo, cualquier cosa que haga que sufra una lesión cerebral. Y justo estamos ahora recaudando fondos porque vamos a crear el primer centro de niños y niñas de daño cerebral infantil con esta misma misión de ayudar económicamente a las familias para que puedan hacer una rehabilitación de calidad y especializada. Entonces, damos las gracias a Handful y a Luna Ibérica, que son los que nos están donando las perchas, las aceitunas, pues para hoy recaudar fondos, darnos visibilidad y nada, cualquier cosa pues buscáis en la web. Os podéis hacer colaboradores desde €1 al mes, ¿vale? Entonces, que es algo muy pequeñito, pero esas pequeñas cosas en la fundación ayudan mucho a seguir creciendo. Hacemos muchos eventos, somos poquita gente la que trabajamos allí, pero hacemos grandes esfuerzos para que esto siga adelante, porque queremos luchar para que la gente con daño cerebral realmente tenga una calidad de vida y un futuro de vida para que, pues eso, nuestro lema siempre era: una vida salvada merece ser vivida, ¿no? Ya que han conseguido lo más difícil, que es salvar la vida después de un gran accidente de tráfico o un ictus grave, ¿no? Pues ahora, si me queda esta vida, pues que sea de la mejor manera posible y ayudando de la mejor manera posible. Así que nada, muchas gracias a todos.
Un aplauso. Muchas gracias, enhorabuena. Hasta ahí. Okay, so we're moving back to English again, now that we know that Madrid is where we have to be, the place to go for startups and innovation. But now it's the time for our last event. Well, sorry, the last table. We will then have the prize. And yes, we will finally have the cocktail in about once the prizes are over. So, the last table, first aid kit for startups, never walk alone. I'd like you to give a warm welcome to the moderator. And no. Antonio López Esparza, also known as Mr. Wonderful. He's our Ironman, he's our GBO Ironman representative. He plays golf. He's a paella lover. And apart from that, he's non-executive advisor, senior retail food service and e-commerce expert, startups mentor and investor. I can go on and on and on. And he's also a very good friend. Antonio, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So thank you for resisting till the last round table. It's going to be hopefully easy to maintain your attention here with the speakers that we're going to have. I don't need to introduce myself because Chris already did it. So, I'm Antonio. I'm very happy to be here. Well, as you know, the name of the table is First Aid Kit for Startups Never Work Alone. Most of you or some of you are startup founders. You know, this is not an easy task. Sometimes very lonely, as we say, with the support and help of experts, sharing experiences, failures, success is easier. So what we're going to talk about right now is about this, experiences, activities, and learnings from these amazing speakers. They're going to show with you practical and pragmatic examples of what they've seen, of what they learned during that, I would say, mainly advising experiences. So please, first of all, I would like to welcome Álvaro Porras Fernández Toledano. Please go on stage together with me.
Thank you.
Álvaro is partner of Cinque Abogados, a client-centric legal boutique that is proud of being specialized on his clients and enjoys working with them in the ventures. And as you see, he doesn't like to be sit at all, so he's going to be walking around together with you. Chris said, and I'm an Ironman. He's a marathon runner, one of the best of the team. No matter what they need, they'll help in the company or solving every problem that they have. So please, Álvaro, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Well, a difficult task. Not many people. We are the last, but not least. So I'm going to sum up the most as I can, because I know you are eager to drink the beer. So what I want to do today here, I'm trying to change your legal mindset. In my experience, entrepreneurs are more worried about legal needs, legal needs they think they have that are not relevant, that are very less important that they think than the real ones. They are focused on their future needs, but without considering their current needs, their current resources. This is the most important thing. Take into account your resources and the things you are going to put at risk. I was willing to make an experiment, but it will be different. Let's go into to try to do it. How many of you are entrepreneurs? Can you raise your hand? Okay, fine. Don't be shy. Raise your hand and keep your hand up. Okay, how many of you have started your venture with a partner? Keep your hands up. Okay, not many people. And how many of you have invested less than 10,000 euros in your venture? But you have to fulfill the 3 requirements. You have to be an entrepreneur with a partner and investing less than 10K. How many? Okay, fine, enough. How many of you have think about a shareholders agreement? A shareholders agreement, a partnership agreement. How many of you have think about it? Okay, most of you. This is inefficient. Sorry to tell you, but this is not efficient. The real thing is that a shareholders agreement, when you are starting your venture, when you are in a pre-seed or a seed stage, is only to know what your other partner are going to do. Is to know how, if he's going or she is going to be as involved as I am in the venture. It's not about money. It's about a to-do list. You can obviously include drag-along clauses, tag-along clauses, lock-up period, vesting period, but it's a no sense. You have no value in your company. These clauses are important when your company has a value, when you have something to sell to anybody, and the potential investor is going to include those clauses in your partnership agreement, in your shareholders agreement. But when you are starting, the most important thing is what the other one, what my partner is going to do in this venture. Okay? So, if you draft a shareholders agreement, you are going to invest more or less 1,000 euros. And I have to tell you a legal super secret. Did they sign the NDA I sent to you? Did they sign it? No? So I need to kill you after telling you that. The real thing is that a shareholders agreement does not guarantee anybody that the obligations are going to be fulfilled. This is the real thing. A shareholders agreement is a tool. It's a tool to have the evidence about what are our obligations. So a to-do list that is not needed in an agreement. And the other thing is that the shareholders agreement are going to let us to forecast what judge or an arbiter are going to decide in case of conflict. How many times 1 minute, oh my gosh. So, in my experience, and to finish, is more cheaper and more efficient to invest 50 hours with your partner, with 50 coffees that is less than 100 euros, to know each other, to avoid misrepresentation, to let the other one, you need to expect from me this, and to know what the other can give it to you. This avoids conflict, and with avoiding conflict, you do not have to enforce any shareholders agreement that in the event you have, I have to tell you that you have to pay another 4,000 euros to go to court. And after 3 years, probably the court will enforce that. So your startup is finished. To sum up, please be efficient, consider your real needs, consider your investment, and after that, look for a counselor, a legal counselor that takes care of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto. I told you it was going to be a very pragmatic and dynamic session. Thank you very much, Alberto. I would like next to welcome Julio Secca. Please give him a warm welcome. Julio is a business advisory founder of a boutique consulting firm. He's a computer engineer. Compared to Alberto, we're changing a little bit, areas of experience. He started his career creating some of the first algorithms for the Internet of Things and home automation. He's worked in 5 different countries, managing projects with customers all over the world, and now he's serving as advisory for founders, executive of different companies and sectors, and he's a very maniac on a word I like to say is efficiency. So he's going to tell us a little bit about efficiency. Please, Julio, go ahead.
Thanks. So, indeed, efficiency for me is meant to be something like, why are we doing things in this way? Can we do things in a way that is better? Why do we do this and not this? And by working in different countries, I've seen different patterns that give me the capability to detect patterns and observations. And this has come through, I want to bring this to the table for startups, as I observed in many different pitches, dozens of pitches, and then separate interactions with investors, because not always as a startup, you have the opportunity to have a straightforward feedback from investors. So first one, we got some slide like this, which is great, typical pitch. You spend time to tell us about the total available market, the serviceable market. That's great, because it shows you've done your research, shows you did, and then you get to the obtainable market. And then we have 10% of this next slide. Oof, it's gone. No, guys, that's the crucial part. I'm very happy that there is a market of 140 billions of kittens that needs to be saved. But what I'm interested in as an advisor, as a founder, as an investor, is how are you going to get this X% there? And I swear this is one of the most overlooked things in pitches. And even when you look at how to make pitches, this is not told. So show that your figures are realistic and reliable. Second, the most important predictor of the success of a startup, what is it? The team. So we have a slide like this. What's wrong? You got your roles, you got a LinkedIn link, you got a bio. I'm not a recruiter. I don't want to know your bio. I want to know that you're a great complementary team. Why you are a team that's going to drive the project through the finish line. Why you're going to make it a success. Why Claudia, Drew, Estelle, and Reese are a great complement that are going to serve all the needs that a startup needs. Third, blind love. Sometimes we listen to startups that are so in love with what they do, they're so emotional. And one CEO of a successful startup, now there are more than 50 people and running, told me, Julio, you don't understand. This is like my baby. It's the most beautiful in the world. Yes, but now you compete with other founders whose baby is the most beautiful in the world. And with investors who do not necessarily think that your baby is the most beautiful in the world. So accept constructive feedback, accept criticism. And at the same time, there are some days where nothing works, the MVP doesn't want to come out, the development sucks, and you need to do yet another pitch and you're not even sure that what you're pitching is actually true anymore. So that's the moment where you need to show your passion, to show you're resistant, you're resilient, and do this with passion. That's where you bring your passion. And then if you do everything right, you start growing. And this is something that I observed personally. There are some key numbers around the number of people that start changing things in a startup. The first one is 20 people, which is what interests most of you now, probably. 20 people, until 20-ish people, everyone does a bit of everything. You know each other, this is a great spirit, we are a startup, we help each other out. But then around 20 things start breaking down and you need a better structure. The worst thing, the worst part is that you don't realize it until you're about 50 people and it's already late. The most dramatic part is when you start doing something around 50, you don't do it quite correctly, you arrive to 100 and you hit a glass ceiling. There are a lot of companies that I know that arrive around 100 people and they're like looping because there is no much room for space, or you have to restructure the company, which is a massive effort. So remember the numbers, 20, 50, 100, and 50, it can be, 20 looks maybe long in time. It's not. I've mentored startups that in less than 1 year went to more than 50 people. So these numbers can be really hard, hit you really hard, really quick. And then the other thing, a bit controversial, founders, investors, and was the third pillar. So to hold the startup, oversimplifying, we got founders, is you with the vision, the passion. You remember the slide about the passion. And then you got investors. They put the money. And as we heard from someone, from Ernesto talking about venture capital, the goal of a venture capital might be different than the one that you have as an investor. You have your passion, you have your vision. What do you need next? Advisors. And when I say board of advisor, that's crucial. And there are a lot of articles explaining how crucial it is. And it's incredible how many companies do not have that, or they only have it with the two pillars, investors and founders, which is great because you need them. You need the vision of the founders to drive things on the long term. You need the optics of the investor, as also Sascha mentioned before, because this is crucial to keep the company going. But independent advisors means that you have an independent assessment, independent point of view of someone who looks at things holistically, has expertise, takes into account the financial, the passion, and also has an external look, which is quite different. And advisors are everywhere. I'm an advisor myself, as a profession. Antonio serves as a non-executive director in several companies. Alvaro is a mentor and advisor. Sascha, here today you have many of them. I want to finish with the 5 obvious takeaways. You can take a picture, or even better, you can contact me on LinkedIn. Remember to connect, not just follow, because otherwise the one back that's sitting back. Then take a picture of this one, and then you can take the picture of the other one. You can connect me on LinkedIn. Very happy to share thoughts. I like to foster this ecosystem. And here's a slide about LinkedIn. Or I got an email, but it's so difficult to write it down. Thank you very much. I hope you get away with a bit of a start, because in fact, it's not controversial points, but I think you hear them, that you hear the experts in startups and background.
Thank you, Guido. We start to computer engineer. Now we're going to move to an alchemist, right?
Exactly.
Please, let's go. Help me. Welcome. Warm welcome to Ernest Horton. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Come on the stage.
There may be one
In the meantime,
slide.
I would like to introduce Ernest to you. As he likes to define himself, he can be described as what you get when you mix chemical engineering, right?
Yes.
And business in the head of an inquisitive observer of things in the universe.
Yes.
And the result is a business alchemist, right?
Yes.
Are you going to play us a little bit about that? Yeah.
I'll try and clear it up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Go ahead.
It sounds sort of a scary mixture, and it usually is. No. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm a bearer of good news this evening. I'm the next to the last speaker, and we only have 5 minutes each. So we'll start there. I try and say I'm from the real world. I like to do things. I have a beginning technique, which I recommend for all entrepreneurs that are starting. First, when I start something, I use my head. Our heads are a magical place. There are no limits. You can do anything there, and it's free. The second step is I throw my back into the things, which means that I'm working on something, literally. I get that being on the streets. Potential clients. I'm talking to people to find out if sort of validate the things that I'm thinking of. And in the last case, I highly recommend using your wallet. And if you use it, and every time you use it, I highly recommend that you look for your return on investment. You get in the habit of looking, what do I expect in return for this expense? And once you get that habit, it's useful for the rest of the time in business, because it's sort of a key factor. The other thing that I'm a maniac about is really knowing who your clients are. Everybody starts with an idea, and they have an idea of what people want, and they forget that the key item is what they need and are willing to pay for. And there is a huge difference between those two positions. And most people spend a lot of time discovering what they should have found very, very early on the process. The other thing, it's sort of a detail once you get up and running, is you have to remember that every single person on the team that interacts with a client, with someone else outside of your company, is really a sales representative for your company. And most people go, well, no, I'm an accountant. The accountant has to do the numbers. He has to send out the bills and the invoices, and if he sends them out late, that causes a bad impression in someone. If the ashtrays or the bathroom's not clean, they go, I'm not a salesperson. Oh, sure you are. If you haven't done your job, somebody comes away with an impression which does not favor what you're trying to do. You're sort of throwing stones in front of the cart. The other thing, which is, those are sort of general items. One thing I found from when I was a weird little kid, was that the cold call, in Spanish it's puerta fría, normally strikes terror in the minds of everybody in the audience. You mean you actually go up and knock on a door? They don't know you. They're not expecting you? I say, yes. Whoa. And it's a great way to test at no risk your theories and your ideas and your product description and everything else. And it's a great way to get real feedback from people which have nothing at risk, because there's no relationship there. It makes it very interesting, and once you get the knack, you get the habit of, how do I introduce myself? Well, you knock on the door, and they would see me coming, and they what do you want? They don't even open the door. What do you want? Well, I would like to. Is the owner here? Yes. Well, I'd like to give him money. Hey, there's a crazy man out here. They open the door, and once you get to you've developed your spiel, you get to the point where you're able to get audience with the people that you think are your customers. So almost in everything that I've ever done, I spent a lot of time trying to get in front of the real people. And if you listen, you do your presentation, and if you listen carefully, they will help you design every aspect of your business. It's like free consulting. And the last thing, I'm a firm believer in personal development. Most people get, I am this, boom. To me, it is extremely important that everybody try
to get as much information from every field and draw upon that experience and look for new models, new ways of doing things. If tomorrow I had to set up a hamburger stand, I would spend a lot of time looking for a unique sales proposition. And you can only do that by talking to the people that you eat hamburgers, in this case. So those are the, shall I say, the practical things. And then personal development, to me, is fundamental. You have to, every time you go out, you have to make yourself a better version of yourself consciously every day. And that means helping somebody. That means learning something new. It can be a language. You can, I'm an expert in computers. Tomorrow I go out and look at basket weaving or carpentry, try and pick up a new skill, get out of my area of comfort, because that's the only place you really grow in life, professionally or personally. So, that's it.
So believe me if I tell you that the last speaker of the day is the most important one, because on top of a speaker, he's the main responsible for the organization of this event. So I would like, first of all, to thank him personally and in the name of all the team. And I would like you also to give him a warm welcome to Miguel Ángel Rivera. Miguel is the founder and the CEO of One Document and CEO of GBO. Miguel is an enthusiast of human networks, and we'll talk about one of the most important and very sometimes forgotten, I would say, tools for every entrepreneur, and I would dare to say each of us, business networking. So please, Miguel, go ahead.
Thank you, Antonio. And thank you, everyone. And I would like to start with a question. Raise your hands, please, if you are a member of a club, of a networking club. How many of you? Okay, well, not much. Let's say 40%. Why am I asking this? Because I think that business networking is one of the most neglected tools for every entrepreneur. We always think about many, many tools, but we forget this one. I'm going to try that you guys walk out today changing your mindset. But what is networking? Like the penguins there are doing. It's the process of interaction with other human beings, in our case, not penguins, although sometimes we look like one. But in that process, we exchange knowledge, we exchange ideas, we share opportunities, and we learn from each other. And think about this. Every day, most employment vacancies are filled because of connections, because of referrals, and that is networking. Most of the business deals that you guys close and most of the business deals that we all close are made through connections or contacts. So business networking is a vital part of every entrepreneur. We could say, or I like to say, that we have two types of business networking. One of them is transactional. Transactional means that you want to close the deal, you want to make money, you want to grow, you want to get clients, you want to get investors, you want to get that guy or that woman that is going to refer you to your next client. And that is short term. It works, it does, but it's short term. There's another thing, and this is what I prefer to do, that is called relational networking. Relational networking focus on the person you have in front of you. Trying to make that connection. We try to connect with that person in the long term to build a solid connection, to build something that will give us both benefits in the long run. Not short-term focused, but in the long run. And I think that the benefits of networking, in this case business networking, are immense. We could say that it can bring you deals, it can help you connect with new people, it can bring a stronger network for you, a bigger one, and a more solid one. And that is very positive because that helps you get tangible benefits, closing business deals, getting clients, getting investments. Those are all things that you can touch, or at least numbers that you can see. And that is a very good benefit in itself. But even if you are not closing deals, getting a new and bigger and stronger network will also pay off in the long run because you're building a robust support system that will help you when you need it most. But it's not only, let's say, economic benefits that networking have. It also encourages you to socialize, to meet new persons. Most of us, or many of us, will meet new people today. It makes you feel more secure, more confident in yourself. And it also fosters you to be more empathic with the people you have around. Well, if you have to say where was all the knowledge of the ancient world, you can think of the Library of Alexandria. With business networking, you can have it in your pocket. Why? There are roughly 8 billion people in planet Earth, and every one of you is a top-tier expert in your thing, in your expertise, in your experience, in the subject that you are the most expert. You are in the very top tier. So that brings us to the conclusion that we are surrounded by experts, that Library of Alexandria. So take care of it. Learn from each other and share with each other. Not only learn, but share with each other. Well, and networking has working. It's networking. So you have to network. You have to work. You have to make lots of things to build new connections. So once you have them, take care of them. Don't lose them. 4 tips. The first one is keep in touch from time to time, however you want to do it, but keep in touch. Build trust. Be more a giver than a taker. Be a matchmaker. Share your connections. Share your opportunities. Be there when others need you. And the most important thing, I think, is that be responsive. When somebody needs you, answer, don't ghost. And, well, as Antonio said, I love networking, I love human connections and human networks, and I'm going to share with you what it has brought to me. I have learned, I have kept updated, I have met amazing people, I have had so much fun along the way, I have had clients, investors, I made lots of different things. So I encourage you to start tonight, there in that cocktail, to build connections that matter and that last. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Miguel. I would like to invite the other speakers here up with me on the stage, maybe to answer to the last questions of the day. Have a seat, wherever you want. So I will take the last place. Up to you. Okay. So, anybody would like to make any question to any of the speakers about all the topics that they cover? Should be some questions here, or how does it work? I'm a bit lost, Diego. You need to coach me. To Álvaro, from your point of view, what a clause is forbidden in a partnership agreement? In another way, which clause should never be accepted or signed?
I don't know. It depends. It depends to who you are advising. But as a general rule, I don't like clauses that may include a bias. I mean, there are several investors that oblige that oblige to include the clause that sets forth that, okay, we have to, the company will have a board of directors, and the board of directors will be managed by a secretary chosen by me. Or other situations in which sets forth that the company should be advised by the reference advisor in any field. I don't like this kind of clause because to whom is advising this particular professional? To the company or to the investor? And I don't like them, but as always, it depends on your needs. It depends on to whom are you advising. When I am advising, obviously, an investor, I'm happy with this kind of clauses. And when the company have a lot of needs, probably they have to eat the clause.
So in a different word, be aware of what you're signing, right?
Yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alvaro. Next question, please. I think it's to Julio. In which areas of a business, you're talking about efficiency, right? But do you think is the most important area of a business to think about efficiency?
Well, I will give you the academical answer, and then I will give you a practical answer. So the academical answer for me is, I always say, a car has 4 wheels. You cannot go without one of these. And the 4 wheels are financial, to be financially efficient. Operational, you need operations to be efficient, how you do things. Systems, because then you need to, especially in this world of today, automate a little bit and have great systems, especially if you want to scale up. And humans. Humans, how are humans productive? Are they fulfilled in the way they do work? Do they work well? Or are they doing things in a way that is not comfortable for them and not good for them? And the practical answer is, look at how you do things and think about, how can I do it better? Am I doing it in the right way? Many companies, especially when they're more structured, think about efficiency as, oh, I need to do this great reinvention, digital transformation, and then they don't do it because it looks heavy. It doesn't need to be heavy. It can be looking at the small things of the everyday, day in, day out, that wear people out, or that make you be a bit inefficient here, a bit inefficient there, or just struggling to do something that should be, can be very simple. So the practical advice is, look at things that you're doing and spend a little bit of time to do a small adjustment and think how I can do it differently or how can I do it better.
I would take the pragmatic one, the practical one. I prefer that. Thank you. Next question. Ernest, if you had to start all over again, you're not an alchemist anymore, you're starting again from zero, what would you do differently?
If I go to 0, okay.
After being born, what would you do different? Professionally, I'm talking.
Yeah, no, but
even personally, right?
To really take advantage of it, the sooner you learn to identify and overcome your fears, you have a tremendous advantage over everybody else. And unfortunately, they don't teach us that as a kid. It's the typical thing is, I want to be a chess master. Okay, so I start playing chess, and then, oh, you're pretty good at it. So you relax, and then, something, you get beaten, you lose. You go, whoa, I don't like that. I'm not a loser, and you build this mysterious enemy inside of you that keeps you from advancing, because the only way to advance, to get better, is to play against someone better than you are, and until you learn that, you're a loser. Okay, or you don't try, which is even worse. There are an infinite number of people that are paralyzed by what they call fears, and most of the fears are unconscious things. They don't even go, to the edge. They're there's nothing down there. Sure, there is. It's 1,000 feet to the earth. It's there. You may not like it, but So it's as soon as you can find them and identify them, there are lots of techniques out there. Some of them are self-help, coaching, just trying. I'm a firm believer in get wet and try it. And once I love to watch the little kids, the ones that are, they're splashing in a puddle, and the mother goes, "Don't do that," and the kid goes, "Why?" It's a good question. That's the kid that somebody's going to be working for. So that's it.
Great. Thank you. Next question, please. Miguel, is there any program or option for students or young people to participate in GBO projects and events?
Okay, thank you for that. not for students, at least yet, but let's say that young people normally are the founders of startups, like Ernesto.
We all young, right? We all young.
Yeah.
What do you mean by young?
There are many different types of startups. Normally, one of those groups is young people, and for young people, we have the Startup Hub, which is, for starters, cheaper, and then it also helps startups when they are starting or when you guys are starting. That is when somebody needs more help. So, yeah, for students, we will see.
Last question. Yeah, this one, I love it because Miguel, is surrounded, as he said, by many people, different stories every day, in different experiences. Could you share with all of us any of those business networking stories that you consider success?
Yes. It is hard to find one, but we have one example right here that is quite illustrative of what networking can do. I think you know that we have Hangfold there, the beautiful hanger that you have there, and they are also collaborating with Fundación Pita López, of course. But they have a new CEO just 2 weeks ago. And that CEO came because João told us in the group that we have, well, guys, can anyone recommend someone that could do a good job as a CEO for Hangfold? Because I have to let go of the company for a while because I have other things. And after some suggestions, well, I called him, I called Hernan, and now Hernan is there as a CEO of Hangfold. So I think that that's a huge success. So,
yeah. Interesting story. This is not the only case, as you said.
No,
so there is a lot of stories of people working together, building very nice things. So any other questions that you might have? Because I think we're done here with the screen.
There are more.
Oh, there's one more. Sorry. Which
Three more.
takeaways? This one is for all of you, I would say. Which takeaways would you share with us about how networking has changed your professional, also personal life, right?
You should answer that one, Antonio.
Sorry?
You should answer that.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yes. Well, it's an interesting question, yeah. First 25 years of my life were multinational companies, big companies, travel around the world, not taking care about anybody but me. Sounds a bit bad, but it was like this, that many people. Then I was fired after 20 years of experience, and then I didn't understand anything, so I have to start over again. Say, what should I do? Should I start over again, or should I do things in a different way? So I started meeting people. Say, I need to learn from other people. I need to learn what other people are doing with their lives. And then COVID, pandemic, I met a guy called Miguel Angel Reyes Riera, who called me, got me in LinkedIn. We start talking, start building. He tried to got me on board at the beginning. It was not easy to convince me, right? But at the end, I would say that I built a network, a very strong network of, I wouldn't say colleagues, I would say friends. Some of them are here on stage, all of them are here on stage, plus Mr. Wonderful, also Chris Smith, plus Henrik, plus João, a lot of people. I love what I'm doing now. I've been talking with other people in the mentoring session. If you tell me what I'm doing now with my life, I'm just having fun. I do a lot of things. I have a lot of time. And I'm enjoying my life in a very good way, just because I'm knowing a lot of people every day, and I love it. I'm getting the best. And as Miguel said, the first thing I do, I try to support and help. I try to bring my experience to other people that are starting like you, and I'm learning a lot every single day. So I don't know if I answered to the question, but it is the way it is.
I would add this question you can come after during the networking and ask to each of us.
Julie, I think there's one more for you before we leave. We have some more minutes. How can I be more productive and more sustainable at the same time? Me and everybody, I would say.
Yeah, that's a tough question. That's curveball. Well, first of all, I would like to ask what you mean by productive and what you mean by sustainable, but let's go.
But you need half an hour for that, but just go to the point.
Well, I don't see it as two different things. Like more productive means that you're using your time in a more efficient way. You're doing things with less effort. And this does not mean that you have to use more resources. I was in a debate just yesterday saying how it is crucial to stop certain companies and enterprises to do business because they are not sustainable. I mean, I can understand advantages or disadvantages. That's not going to happen, not in the near future. So the point is, the same question can be applied to productivity and sustainability. How can I be more productive and more efficient with my time and with my resources? And this actually is something that comes this is actually a great question that comes at a crucial time. Now we have seen companies, we see companies that are struggling because the prices of logistics and raw materials, as we discussed last week, keep on going up and down. It's unpredictable. Energy for companies I know have been going 3 times to 5 times the prices of before. And 5 times means that a company I know went to 700,000 euro to 3.5 million in the same period of time. This means this forces you to be more sustainable. Being efficient and productive does not go against sustainability. It's just shifting your focus to something that is not only being efficient and productive and using a lot of resources. It's not more the time, guys. You can't do that anymore. Now is the time to be efficient also from an energetic and sustainability point of view. And we also have in GBO someone who's expert in sustainability certifications, who is smiling at me from the bottom. So talk to Leah, who's at the bottom about that.
Yeah, sure. She's the right person about that, yeah. Final question, we have 3 minutes. So whoever is going to answer has only 2.5 minutes because I need 20 seconds to close. From the advisor point of view, what characteristics of an entrepreneur you value the most in order to trust him or her? Wow. That's a big question.
That's an easy one. Good people.
Yeah.
The key to success in any aspect of life, in my opinion, from personal experience, I have cicatrices, scars all over me from, not learning at the right moment, is surround yourself with professionals that are good people. The rest, forget them. They're going to self-destruct. They're going to take somebody else with them. Get rid of them. Distance. They're toxic. Get distance, far away. And one of the things going back to GBO, it's probably the human quality, apart from the professional side, in the people that I've met, it's tremendous. I mean, that's money in the bank. Okay.
So, just to sum up, I would say this
is
you need to build credibility and you need to be authentic. That would be my own words. You need to be authentic in order to build trust, right? So, we are done. Time is over. 9:03, and I was asked to do that. Thank you all. I'll see you at the networking area. First of all, we have another thing, sorry. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you for all of you. Miguel Angel, you have to stay here.
Yes.
You have to stay here too. There is one more thing before the cocktail.
Don't go over, but don't one more thing.
Wait.
I don't know how this thing goes off. I'm sure I will not be.
It's going to be quick, but you have to wait. Okay. Finally, we are going to have our GBO Startup Awards prize ceremony. Some people are going to get a prize. And so, our boss, Miguel Angel, is going to conduct the ceremony. Ready?
Yes. I'm not sure if this is still working. Is it?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So, very briefly, I don't want to hold you anymore before we go enjoy the music.
No, when you finish, I still have to have.
Okay, then, yeah, well. I'm not the last one to how this all started, because we are all here today in this event, but this had a beginning. And the beginning was when we were in the pandemic as a business networking club that organizes in-person events. Well, we were in a very bad position, as many of you unfortunately were. So we thought, what can we do to kind of try to keep on the game and try to improve things. And we thought that there was a perfect match between startups and GBO. So we organized the GBO Startup Awards. We organized them in 2021, the first edition, and this year there was the second edition. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time to, or the opportunity because of the pandemic, to give a proper prize to the winners. And I'm very happy to have 3 of them here with us today. So I'm just going to invite them here to talk a bit about their project and give them the award that they won. So the first is Lia Giardinelli, winner of the 2021 Startup Award with Hubu, the People Engagement and Experience Platform. So.
Oh. We have to be here, I believe. Life is so short. We have few years left. What are you going to do about that? I believe that to improve our impact on people, planet, and economy, we need to humanize organizations. So Ubu, it's a people experience and engagement platform made for you leaders to anticipate, improve, and take actions to achieve your goals while improving people's happiness. Because when we are happy, we can be our best version. So we put upside down the traditional concept of companies. We don't want to be the best leader tool of the world. We want to be the best leader tool for the world. Thanks, GBO, for believing that. Thanks to our mentors for helping us. And thanks to my partners.
So thank you, Leah, for taking the mic out of my ear. No. So in 2022, I am honored to introduce you to Juan Flores and now Hernan, thanks to networking, founder and CEO of Handful, your travel partner.
It's all mine. So while I talk, he's gonna do the thing that you were doing. So we divide here. Now, first of all, thank you to GBO and to Miguel for organizing everything and for this amazing prize. This is really incredible. Thank you to the team that has launched a travel hangar, not during a pandemic, but during a lockdown, okay? That is really starting with the bad food. But here we are with everything recycled. And congratulations to everyone who is being in this of building a startup, because it's really about courage. It's really about resilience. It's really about consistency and doing it every single day. But if you want to get inspired about that, just look at the end of the tables, at the end of the room today. There is a Fundación Pita López fighting for against the acquired brain injury. People who is fighting with courage, resilience, consistency to recover from a brain injury. Those are the guys that you can be inspired for. Today you can collaborate with them by acquiring Handful. 100% of the proceeds are going to them, and also some other areas that are on the table that you can get. So the big applause, guys, in this case, allow us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. So, and last but not least, runner-up of 2022 GBO Awards, Emiliano Conti from Pocket Market, the platform for fresh food from fresh products from local shops. Emiliano. Congratulations. All yours, all yours. I mean.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Miguel, and everyone at GBO. They helped me a lot for the mentoring, advice, or everything. It was very good. And despite the situation now with the energy, with the high cost, high pricing, and so on, I see that the company is growing, so I'm happy with that. And if you want to purchase like good, fresh product gourmet, you can try to go to Pocket Market and you will enjoy like good fresh products. And thank you again for the opportunity. And if there are any startup here, please try to join next year because it will be, actually this year, 2023, because it's a very good experience. Yeah. Thank you again, GBO. Thank you, Miguel.
So, before I hand it over to Chris, I want to thank you personally, all, the team of Culpas, the co-organizers, sponsors, all of you. I could be here forever, so thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Miguel. I'm not going to take up much more than a minute. This is the end of the day. It's been almost 5 hours, quite long. But now we'll be able to have a cocktail, and according to this card here, the party continues afterwards at Puzleva. Where is that?
Close by. Close by El Retiro. El Retiro.
El Retiro, so somewhere around here,
Yeah,
just around the corner sort of thing. Okay, so we can indulge for quite a while and network. Obviously, that's part of the objective. Before we do go to the cocktail, on my behalf, I would also like to thank Espacio Bertelsmann for providing the space, the partners, the sponsors, the organizers, and I hope you've enjoyed the event here. And I hope you haven't suffered too much with the host. I hope we have a better host next year, and I hope you will come and see him. Thank you very much.
¿A qué tal, Ramos?
Sí, sí, sí.
A ver, chicos, no sé.